Now, one person we did hear from today for the first time, Karen Reed herself, doubling down, of course, saying she did not do this. She wants to know who did.
Said it feels we're the only ones fighting for the truth of what happened to John O'Keefe. And me and my family and my attorneys and my team have marshaled every resource to get to the truth. It just feels like no one else wants it.
Karen, just to be clear, you didn't do it.
We know who did it, Steve. We know. And we know who spearheaded this cover-up. You all know.
Yes, we do.
And no, she didn't do it. No, she didn't do it. This is an innocent woman. She didn't do it.
I tried to save his life.
Yeah.
I tried to save his life at 6 in the morning. I was covered in the only one trying to save his life.
Why'd you admit to it?
She didn't admit to it. She didn't admit to anything close to that. Nothing close to that. And you should know that.
That was like 3 or 4 times she admitted to it.
No, she didn't.
That's not true.
She asked a question. She asked a question, which is very different. She didn't admit to anything.
You are listening to the Roberta Glass True Crime Report, putting the true back in true crime. From New York City, Roberta Glass is now on the record.
Okay, how is everybody? Good morning. We are waiting for Karen Reed hearing. No movement on law and crime. Let me just refresh. It's supposed to start at 9 a.m. So that's what we're looking at. You'll know as soon as I know. Let me actually. So what this hearing's going to be about is Dr. Marie Mitchell. Is that her name? I always get it wrong. The dog bite expert. Whether she can come in, and the prosecution is trying to get the ARCA guys out, but I don't know if that's going to be dealt with. I do know that the dog bite expert is going to be supposed to be there in the court today. We get a replay of her great performance. Does anybody remember last time? Let me see if I can pull it up. I called it her garbage defense witnesses. So this is from last time. Here's Dr. Marie.
That indicates that forensic odontology is not is deemed not reliable when it comes to that particular narrow aspect of forensic odontology.
And so you're not familiar with it. Also talking about sample data and collection, analyses of these, interpretation and reporting of results. You're not familiar with those areas of the NS report as well?
But what specifically, do you have a specific question about that, or?
My first question was whether or not you're familiar with the report. You indicated that you weren't.
I did not read the report.
From the report.
Mr. Lally, let the witness answer one question at a time, one speaker at a time. Doctor, can you answer that question?
Sure. I did not read that report.
Okay. Now, you had written some articles that you were asked about in reference to dog bites or canine dog bites in the emergency.
Okay, correction. Of course, I got it wrong. Dr. Marie Russell. I think I started saying it wrong, and now I can't remember it correctly. Does that happen to anyone? Dr. Marie Russell.
Barbara, is that correct?
Yes, co-authored.
Something that you published or authored or co-authored sometime in the late 1990s. Is that right?
Correct.
And in that instance, you talk about law enforcement dogs and a bite and a hold technique, correct?
Yes.
Now, part of the reason in writing that article had to do with sort of the applied forces and the unique spectrum of injuries from those kind of dog bites. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that spectrum of injuries would include deep puncture wounds. Is that right?
They can. Yes.
Severe crush injuries. Is that right?
Correct.
Large tissue avulsions and lacerations. Is that right?
Yes.
Wounds necessitating surgical debridement. Is that right?
Yes.
Bony injuries ranging from cortical violations to displaced fractures. Is that right?
Yes.
Her other area of expertise is police, she writes, abuse. That's her other area of expertise. So that's on her CV online.
Neurovascular damage. Is that right?
Yes.
And other wounds at high risk for infection, correct?
Correct. But we also put a disclaimer in that article.
I'm not asking you about any disclaimer.
Okay.
I'm asking you about that's what the type of injuries that you were looking at. Is that correct?
Yes, but we saw a skewed population.
You skewed population in a study. Is that correct?
What we saw the worst of the worst.
No.
Yes.
Skewed population in the study.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
The population.
Did we skew? No, we reported on all the ones that presented to the emergency room for care. However, a lot of dog bites don't present to the emergency room.
And so from the different cases that you report on within that article, are there any of those cases in which there is injuries to just one aspect of one part of the human body for the victims of dog attacks or dog bites in those cases?
There may have been. That's a summary of the 700 cases, more than 700 cases.
That's a good point. So he's supposed to bite and scratch just the arm and no other part. I mean, if they viciously attack and really do damage, they do harsh damage, but not if they're constantly biting and grabbing, they're only going to grab one part. That's an interesting question I wouldn't have thought of.
Is it normal in any kind of animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm of the person that's being attacked, clawed, or bitten?
There are many people who are bitten or scratched.
I'm asking if it's normal, ma'am. That's all
Okay,
I'm-
so hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Lally, ask a question, wait for the answer, and then start a next question. Do not interrupt the witness.
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm asking for an answer response to the question.
So this is something that the judge does constantly, humiliate Lally in front of the jury, asking him to speak up in this really annoyed way. She can get a little annoyed with Alan Jackson, but Lally seems to take the brunt of this stuff. And he always apologizes, profusely. But what she's talking about is they can't talk over each other because there's a court reporter there who has to write it all down.
So ask a question and ask it in a manner that you get a responsive answer.
Dr. Russell, is it your testimony that it's normal in an animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm and nothing else, anywhere else on that?
So I'm keeping an eye on Law and Crime, and they write, rarely does court start on time in Massachusetts. Not often. Wait, let me quote it exactly. Law offices. Oh, this is just a comment. In Massachusetts state courts, court rarely starts at the scheduled time. It does sometimes, but that's not the normal practice. So there's a comment from but we're still just looking at a thumbnail on the other. So this is, if you're just tuning in, this is Dr. Marie Russell, the dog bite expert. This is the subject, one of them, of today's motions hearing. State, Commonwealth wants her out. She barely got qualified last time. So we'll see what happens this time. I thought Judge Canone, I think I'd be very surprised if she comes in this time. Judge Canone did not want to have her in the last time. You could hear her being annoyed, correcting her language to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. And Dr. Marie Russell was like, yeah, that's what I meant. Reasonable degree of medical certainty. It was not a good look for an expert. And Judge Canone seemed annoyed.
That person's body.
It can be, yes.
I'm not asking if it can be. I'm asking, is that normal?
I can't say.
Sustained. You have to ask the question differently.
So from your observation.
I cannot believe that Judge Canone did this in front of the jury to Lally. Treated him so poorly. You don't do this. You just don't talk to if you wanted to have a sidebar, if you want to meet, but you don't just reprimand him constantly in front of the jury.
You looked at various photographs of Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on any other part of his body that you would attribute to an animal attack, whether it's claw marks or bite marks or anything else?
No.
So nothing on his left arm, correct?
Nothing that identified as a dog bite or scratch.
On his legs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you say an animal attack, possibly a large dog, correct?
Yes.
Can you say what type of animal left these marks that you attribute to an animal attack?
Not with 100% certainty, no.
Can you say where physically Mr. O'Keefe was located when those the animal attack supposedly occurred?
Objection.
Can you say that?
No.
Okay.
Okay, Boston Live coming through for us. There's Karen Reed, her somber black outfit, matching Elizabeth Little's, her counsel's black jacket. Karen Reed in a dark brown or black sweater, long sleeve. Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, all in court.
Jim, I got to you. You did not.
To answer your question, Bossy Texas chick, about the interviews, they are being kept out. The TV interviews, but they can ask again. Dr. Marie Russell talking to Karen Reed's father, William Reed, sitting next to her brother. Meaning William Reed sitting next to her brother, Nathan Reed.
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You can press star. You are unmuted.
Just going to turn this down until they work out this sound issue. My apologies to headphone wearers.
Did you do it?
All rise to the point, please.
Data, can you attend? You shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated. Judge, this is 22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record, starting with the Commonwealth?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth. Along with me is Attorney Adam Lally and Attorney Laura McLaughlin.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan. Good morning, Mr. Lally. Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Alessi. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, so for today, we have our Daubert hearing. I asked through Mr. Clerk the parties to have a proposed scheduling order for me. Were you able to do that?
We've begun the discussions of it. I think we could have it shortly, Your Honor. I have some proposals by the defense. I just want a few moments to reflect on it.
Okay. All right. So during a recess or something, I'd like you to at least give me something so that we can discuss it today. There are some discovery motions and then just some housekeeping matters. So I would like to get started right away. Is Dr. Russell here?
Yes, she is, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, good morning, Doctor. Would you come on up to the witness stand, please? Thank you very much. I do. Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning.
Okay, the defense is calling Dr. Russell as a witness. Jim, can I have the exhibits? Will counsel need the exhibits for examination of this witness, or can I have them with me and look at them?
Your Honor, whatever your preference is, we will abide by that. We may want to publish some at
Sure,
appropriate time.
that's no problem, but I can keep the notebook. That's not a problem.
Oh, yeah, that's intended for your use, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Go right ahead, counsel.
Your Honor, if I may, a couple of matters before Dr. Russell testified, with Your Honor's permission.
Okay.
One will take 15 seconds and the other will take maybe 3 minutes.
Okay. Is it something that Dr. Russell can remain in the courtroom for?
It is.
Okay.
And
Sure.
if at any point I'm incorrect in that assumption, I'm sure you will tell me.
Okay.
First of all, the first order is I want to thank the court for granting my permission to practice before the court.
Okay.
And I'll strive to comport myself to honor the opportunity I've been given.
Thank you.
Secondly, with regard to the decision that Your Honor rendered with regard to our opposition to the motion, the reason I just wanted to raise that briefly is I wanted to make sure that I properly discharge my role in terms of a record. It won't be a long soliloquy, but I just wanted to point out to Your Honor the basis for why I am having this colloquy with the court.
Okay. Is it in addition to what you have in your writings?
It is.
Or is it, okay, so that I'll let you talk about, but
Yeah, I'm not going to go into the substance of the writings.
Okay.
I understand Your Honor has decided in that regard.
okay.
So, and thank you, Your Honor. The first point is rooted in the Commonwealth versus Downs case, which is 31 Mass App Court 467, 1991. And the short of it for that case, which is toward the end of the case, which it was a matter very similar procedurally to this, where there was a request for reconsideration. The court took on that question of reconsideration. And what happened was the appellate court stated that it would be important, and I'm trying to discharge my duty as an officer of the court, but also for an advocate, to put on the record right? The decision with the basis for the decision with regard to it.
Sure, I know, I have no problem with you doing this. You don't need to apologize for making a record. I have no
Okay.
problem.
Thank you. So I'll get right to it. So my request is, in accordance with Downs, that there be placed on the record some explanation for the decision. I would appreciate that. And then secondly, the second and last part of it is our expectation coming into the hearing is based on Commonwealth versus Addy, which is 79 Mass Appellate Court 835, 2011. And the short of that case, Your Honor, is it was a Daubert-Lanigan motion, very, very much similar to the procedural posture of this motion, where the court set a Daubert-Lanigan hearing. The party who was in support of the expert testimony then was given the opportunity to oppose the motion, and this is what the court said. The court stated that in response to the motion, the Commonwealth, and it was opposite because the Commonwealth was supporting the testimony, says in response to the motion, the Commonwealth submitted Trooper Sanford's collision reconstruction report. Then I'm going to skip down to the nub of it. At the motion hearing, after reading Trooper Sanford's report and listening to the arguments of counsel, the judge decided not to hold an evidentiary hearing and ruled that Trooper Sanford's opinion was admissible at trial because there was a factual basis for his opinion and it was therefore reliable. The reason I bring that up, Your Honor, is just to state what my expectation was and why I went in the manner that I did. And of course, Mr. McDermott was gracious enough to send an email that said, hey, if you want to change what the court expects the hearing to be, you need an affidavit and you need a motion, and that's what I did. So in conclusion, Your Honor, it is the position of the defense that the papers that we submitted, and I won't get into the argument, would obviate the need for an evidentiary hearing, much in the way that the Addy case obviated, where the party was given an opportunity to make the arguments in terms of the motion. So my main point in raising these two in conclusion is I would appreciate if Your Honor could state a basis for the denial of the, what I will call the Addy process. And we will, of course, respect Your Honor's decision and proceed in the manner Your Honor directs.
Okay. What do you say? Who's going to argue this for the Commonwealth?
Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth. Your Honor, I believe you have the discretion to make the decision that a Lanigan hearing is appropriate. I didn't have the benefit, but Your Honor certainly had the benefit of a voir dire prior to trial. Your Honor had the benefit of watching the trial testimony. Your Honor had the benefit of appreciating that it wasn't Rule 14 that was complied with prior to that hearing. In fact, a report was provided nearly 2 days ago on December 10th. And that report, if the court has an opportunity to see it, is in conflict in many ways from the testimony at the voir dire, and it's in conflict with testimony at trial. One thing that is constant from the voir dire through the report that we received 2 days ago is that there is an absence of methodology. There is no basis in methodology to support the opinions that have been provided by this witness. And that fundamentally supports a decision that the defense should meet their burden, be compelled to provide a witness so that they can see if they can satisfy the Lanigan-Daubert standard. Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, he delved into the substance. I don't plan on belaboring it, but if I could just be heard.
Sure.
Thank you. Appreciate it. The methodology, and if we're going to go to the testimony, you will, of course, everyone will hear it firsthand, was established the first time. It's pattern recognition. It's well established in the law. And that was what Dr. Russell testified first trial. That's in her report. And as we're to proceed, that's what will happen. That's first. Your Honor, it was a rule, the trigger for the last time was a Rule 14. But Your Honor, in the June 20th transcript, on pages 59 and 62, said, on 59, Your Honor said, you, the Commonwealth, raised Daubert-type concerns. And on page 62, Your Honor said, I have to exercise my role as gatekeeper. So it was clear that it was Daubert. The methodology was established. So I just wanted to respond in that manner for clarity of the record.
Okay. Additionally, after I made the finding that I made, I heard trial testimony. So based on everything, in my discretion, we're having a hearing.
Understood,
Okay.
Your Honor.
There are your findings.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. So you all set to go?
I am all set to go, Your
All right.
Honor.
Go right ahead, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning.
And you'll keep your voice up. That would be helpful to all. Please state your name, your full name, and spell your last name.
Yes. Marie Russell, Russell.
Now, at a high level, what is your professional background?
I'm an emergency physician.
And is your professional, do you have anything else in terms of your professional background in addition to being an emergency room physician?
Yes, I'm also a trained forensic pathologist.
Your Honor, may I interrupt for 1 second? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Can I have a moment to round of applause, counsel? Thank you. Counsel, thank you.
Thank you for that, Your Honor.
Well, go right ahead.
How long have you been an emergency room physician?
I've been an emergency department physician since 1987, so that is over 30 years.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I've been a forensic pathologist for about 31 years.
So you've been an emergency room physician and a fellowship trained forensic pathologist, both of those for 30 plus years.
Correct.
Do you have a medical license?
Yes.
When were you first licensed to practice medicine?
In 1988 in California.
And what licenses do you currently hold?
I hold medical licenses in California, New York, Idaho, Massachusetts.
And in California, what are you technically licensed? What is the documentation of the license you had? Your license as a what?
Physician and surgeon in California.
A physician and surgeon, did you say?
Correct.
Your Honor, as I'm sure you know, but I want to make sure I get your protocol correctly. We've pre-marked, Mr. Brennan and I have agreed to the exhibits. We've agreed to both the pre-marking and to the admissibility of each exhibit. And I can never either tell you how I understand I'm to go or Your Honor can state it.
So these are in evidence.
Yes.
So use them as if they're in evidence.
Thank you. Appreciate that. May I approach the
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, I have handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 1. Do you recognize Exhibit 1?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
Because I wrote it.
And what is Exhibit 1?
This is my curriculum vitae.
And is that your updated curriculum vitae?
Yes, it is.
It's the most recent one.
Yes.
I now want to get into your educational background with a little bit of sprinkling of experience going into it. Where did you go to college?
I went to college at MIT and Northeastern University.
Approximately when did you attend Massachusetts Institution of Technology?
From 1972 to 1974.
And what did you study at MIT?
I took pre-med courses.
Did you obtain a degree from MIT?
No.
Why not?
Because my mother got sick. She developed cancer, and I went back to New York.
And after that experience, did you go back to college?
Yes,
Where did you go?
Northeastern University.
And what years did you attend Northeastern University?
Part-time from 1974 to 1981.
And did you obtain a degree from Northeastern University?
Yes,
And what degree was that?
that was a Bachelor of Science degree with highest honors.
After college, did you go on to receive a Doctor of Medicine?
Yes,
Where?
at the University of Massachusetts in Worcester,
When?
1987.
Now let's go into residencies, internships, and fellowships. Did you complete any residencies?
Yes,
What residencies did you complete?
I completed a residency in emergency medicine, followed by a residency in anatomic pathology.
What is anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology is the study. It's a division of pathology. It's a subset of pathology, and it's a division that deals with diseases that can be diagnosed by looking at tissues and bodily fluids.
And what is emergency medicine? Although most all of us have that experience, could you just briefly describe what emergency medicine is?
Well, emergency medicine is the field of medicine that deals with acute injuries and injuries of people.
In terms of the residencies, briefly describe what was involved. What did you do in those residencies? And now let's start out with emergency medicine.
Emergency medicine was a very intense residency. It was a combined internship and residency that lasted for 4 years, and I was at one of the busiest trauma centers in the United States. We would routinely see patients in the emergency room, and some months we rotated outside the emergency room to various subspecialty clinics and areas like the ICU, for instance. In the emergency medicine department, we worked all different shifts. We saw numerous patients because it was a very busy facility, and we saw anything that ranged from gunshot wounds, stab wounds, beatings, down to runny noses.
And where was specifically those residencies? What facility? What is the name of it?
It was at the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center, which people formerly knew as the General Hospital, the 19-story General Hospital from Los Angeles.
And did that have a certain level designation with regard to the type of trauma that would come to those facilities?
Yes, it's a level 1 trauma center, which is the highest level that can be achieved.
And in terms of the residencies, in terms of anatomic pathology, what did you, where was that residency? Which facility?
That was at the same facility.
And how many years was the residency of anatomic pathology?
That was 2 years.
And how many years for emergency medicine?
Combined with the internship, it was 4 years.
Did you complete any fellowships?
Yes.
What fellowships?
I completed a fellowship in forensic pathology.
What is a fellowship compared to, say, an internship and a residency?
Generally, it's a higher level. A fellowship is completed or done, or undertaken after someone completes a residency.
What did you do in your fellowship?
Oh, in forensic pathology?
Yes.
Oh, did autopsies. So it was a very organized training program, which included 1 to 2 autopsies a day, mostly 2, and as well as lectures, seminars, interesting case conferences, many things. During that time, I was sent to the FBI for a specific case series. So it was very intense. And in terms of the autopsies, I autopsied cases that were gunshot wounds, stab wounds, many homicides, many homicides, accident victims, car accidents, people hit by cars, people stabbed, people, child abuse, a wide range. And the goal was to give the fellows the widest range of experiences.
And can you estimate how many autopsies you performed during your fellowship?
Oh, I know for a fact that I performed over 500.
And that was over a 2-year period?
Correct.
So you're performing then an autopsy almost every other day, is that?
Oh, no,
correct?
1 to 2 autopsies a day.
1 to 2 a day.
Yes.
And what at its core are you doing in terms of an autopsy as a forensic pathologist?
You know, the autopsy is just part of what the forensic pathologist does, which is death investigation. So a forensic pathologist looks at a person's, well, just the body is one part of it. The external exam, sometimes, some cases, not all cases, get an autopsy actually that go to the medical examiner's office. But there's a death investigation which involves a detailed external examination plus an examination of the circumstances of how the decedent was found, interviews with police officers and others when appropriate, interviews with their doctors, and examination photos if available.
Earlier in your testimony, you said you have over 30 years of experience as a forensic pathologist. When was the last time you engaged in the practice of medicine pertaining to forensic pathology?
This year.
And have you had a continuous or non-continuous practice in forensic pathology?
Continuous.
And we're going to get to that later on as appropriate. Not as appropriate, we're going to get to it later on. Do you have any affiliations with professional organizations?
Yes.
Can you name them?
Yes, I am a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Science.
What do you need to do to become a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences?
You have to be a member for a certain number of years, a minimum number of years, and attend a certain number of their annual meetings. And it helps if you've given presentations at the annual meetings.
What other professional organizations are you a member of?
I'm also a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners.
Are you a member or a fellow?
I'm actually a fellow.
What do you need to do to be a fellow of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
It's very similar. Be a member for a certain number of years, and they usually ask that you've given at least one presentation.
What other professional organizations are you a member of?
Okay, so I've been a former member of the American Academy of Emergency Physicians, a former fellow, actually. I'm a member of the California Homicide Investigators Association and the California Sexual Assault Investigators Association.
Now let's move to trainings. Do you have any specialized trainings?
Lots of specialized training.
Please name them.
Okay. Well, I have specialized training in both emergency medicine related fields and forensic pathology related fields. Would you like me to name both?
Well, maybe eventually, but I'm going to try to shorten this a little bit. Give me an example of the type of investigations, apropos to why we're here today, that you would have had specialized trainings for.
Well, I attended a 2-week program in crime scene investigation. I've attended and completed programs in forensic photography, bomb investigation, hit and run accident investigation as well.
Dr. Russell, if you need to access your report, do it, but I would prefer that unless you need to, we just have a question and answer. You don't
So I can't see whether Dr. Russell's reading from
have, you
her.
can't
I
even
can't see.
now.
Do you have your CV in front of you?
I do.
All right, so what's typical, counsel, is it will remain closed. If she needs to refer to it, you just ask, and of course, I'll let her
That's what I
refer.
understood, yes.
So is that, you have it open in front of you?
It's right here.
Okay, so counsel, why don't you?
I will.
Why don't you leave it there turned over?
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your
I
Honor.
can't see from up here whether she was reading. Or not.
I had that sense, that's why I mentioned it.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Do you have any specialized training beyond your experience as emergency room physician or forensic pathology in motor vehicle accident investigation?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
Yes, I took a several-day course here in Massachusetts on hit and run accident investigation.
And we're going to get into this a little bit more, but did you also have experience with motor vehicle accident diagnosis and treatment of humans in the emergency room?
Oh, yes, yes.
We'll get into more of that detail. As a forensic pathologist for 30 plus years, did you see decedents and living patients who had been the subject of motor vehicle accidents?
Many.
And in terms of forensic pathology, are patients always deceased, or does the field of forensic pathology also address living persons?
Yes, the field of forensic pathology as a broad field, yes, can deal with living people. Some government offices will choose to restrict their involvement to deceased people only, but it's a broad field. It does involve living people too.
Now let's move to expert witness experience in courtrooms. You understand what I mean by the terminology expert witness?
Yes.
What jurisdictions have you testified in as an expert witness?
Well, California, Florida, Illinois, Arizona, and the state of Washington.
What topics in that expert testimony did you testify to?
Both emergency medicine and forensic pathology.
So you testified as an expert witness in those cases in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology?
Correct.
And you were qualified as an expert in each one of those categories, correct?
Yes.
Was your opinion ever excluded, your expert witness opinion ever excluded in any of those court cases?
Never.
Let's now move to experience. What do you currently do for work?
Well, right now, I am reviewing cases, reviewing medical legal cases. I attend conferences, and I've kept up my board certification status. It's a lot of work to keep up your board certification status.
In terms of other work, do you do work for any boards in any state?
Yes, the Medical Board of Massachusetts.
And what type of...
Excuse me, Medical Board of California.
Right. And what is your title with respect to the Medical Board of California?
Medical consultant.
And describe specifically, you don't have to go into detail, but just describe what it is, the types of things you do for the medical board. And I assume that's in furtherance of practicing medicine. Is that consultancy the practice of medicine in California?
Oh, absolutely. You can't be a medical consultant for the medical board without a medical license. It is the practice of medicine.
Give us some examples of what your practice of medicine is with respect to the Medical Board of California.
For the medical board, I review cases. So the cases are referred to the medical board because of concerns that a licensed physician in the state of California is either practicing outside the law or practicing below the standard of care, or a combination of those things. So the cases are referred to the medical board, and I am one of the people that reviews the cases and makes recommendations as to whether there is actually a concern.
So going back to my clinical pharmacy days, I believe I understand the standard of care parlance, but we have maybe some different parlance in the medical field. Is standard of care and whether a physician's met it also known as physician negligence?
Yes, if they don't meet the standard of care, it's
Yes.
considered physician negligence, yes.
Describe your role in cases briefly of your expert witness to topics in forensic medical investigations.
The topics actually range from homicide. I've been involved with several homicide cases. Homicide, often stab wounds, blunt force trauma, child abuse are the topics. And domestic violence is also another frequent topic.
Prior to your current role that you've just described as an expert witness and a medical consultant for the Medical Board of California, I want to go back just a little bit to the expert witness. Are you able to state whether you have testified previously mostly for prosecution or defense? Do you have a sense as to where the majority of your testimony has been on whose behalf?
Well, it's been mixed. There's been a lot of prosecution cases.
So you've testified as an expert witness many times in support of the prosecution?
Yes.
And has your testimony in support of the prosecution been only as a physician, or was there times when you, before you became a physician, that you were testifying on behalf of the prosecution, say when you were a police officer?
Yes.
And roughly, how many cases, we're going to get more into your police officer experience, but how many roughly cases do you recall testifying on behalf of the prosecution as a police officer?
25 to 30.
Now let's go to just prior to your immediate role. Before being a medical consultant for the Medical Board of California, where did you work?
Immediately before I worked at the state of California prison system. It's called the Corrections Department in the state of California. And I was the chief medical executive for one of the major prisons.
What years approximately did you serve in that role as chief medical executive of the California State Prison at Courtroom?
Yes. From 2018 to 2018 to 2023.
What was your role? What did you do?
Oh, well, the chief medical executive is in charge of the whole medical department. And so in that role, I had a lot of duties, including supervising the medical care of all of the patients, the inmates, conducting various committees. I chaired many committees, process improvement, pharmacy therapeutics, death committee. I investigated every single death that occurred at the prison during that time period.
Let's stop there if we could, please.
Yes.
And talk about from 2018 to 2020 is what I heard you say was your time period. Describe what was a death review at Courtroom that you performed.
Yes. The death review at Courtroom was quite extensive. And so what would happen, well, first of all, let me give you background. Background is that the patients die from a variety of causes in prison system, including suicide, homicide, natural death, overdoses, a wide variety of reasons people die. So my job was to investigate those deaths. And the way I did that was when these inmates or patients were taken to the emergency area, when they were found unresponsive, taken to the emergency area, if I was there, in the building, that's where my office was, I would go and personally examine these patients from head to toe.
In that personal examination from head to toe, did you ever experience any patients with wounds?
Yes.
Describe some of the wounds that you experienced that were the subject of your death review.
Well, there were a variety of wounds, and some of the most common ones were stab wounds, or blunt force trauma wounds, contusions, or commonly known as bruises. But if it was, for instance, a hanging patient, I would look at the wounds around the neck to see if the ligature mark was horizontal or had a vertical component, because that could differentiate the manner of death or the mode of death.
You have to ever in this process have to determine whether a wound well, let me back up. Are you familiar with the term defensive wound?
Yes.
What does the term mean of medicine?
Well, typically, what that means is that the victim of an assault attempted to defend themselves during the assault. And one of the common ways they do that is they bring up their arms to protect their face, neck, chest area, head area from the assault. So defensive wounds are commonly seen in the arm, the forearm, the posterior portion of the forearm, or the hands also.
Did you ever have to determine whether a wound was defensive when either the patient was unresponsive or the patient was deceased?
Many times.
Is it many times for both, or is it many times for one of those two?
Well, definitely when the patient was deceased.
So let's stop there. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Let's start. So many times, do you have an approximate number of how many times just at your 5 years at Corcoran you determined whether a wound was a defensive wound on a deceased patient, approximately?
Not very many.
Okay.
Counsel, could we get an answer as to how many death reviews total were done last
year? Yes, Your Honor. I will ask that question right now. How many death reviews did you perform? And if you want to do it based upon per year, average month, whatever gives the court the best, most accurate answer.
Okay. Well, on average, we had one death per month. So some of those occurred at nighttime. But I reviewed all the cases, but he didn't personally examine every single case.
Right.
Over 35 got a very intensive exam.
So if I did my math correctly, it's 60, right? It's 12 times 5. You were there 5 years?
For death reviews.
For death reviews, and that was the court's question.
Yes.
Right. Was there anybody else at Corcoran doing death reviews?
There was a committee that I formed to review deaths. It didn't exist when I first got there, but it did get formed later on.
Were there any other physicians on the committee that, so you were the only physician on the committee in Corcoran that was performing the death reviews or not?
No, I misspoke. There was one other physician, the person who was my assistant, who also needed to be involved in those death reviews in case I wasn't around.
Did you ever need to consult with any medical examiner's office in connection with your death reviews at Corcoran?
I frequently consulted with the local Kings County Medical Examiner's Office.
Describe examples of that consultation and interaction.
Okay, so I would conduct my initial part of the review, and I would call, on some cases, not every single case, but on some cases, call the Kings County medical examiner's office and speak to them to alert them to certain findings or certain things that I wanted them to specifically look for in their examination.
Did that consultation include any consultation regarding wounds and the source and nature of the wounds?
I don't recall.
Now let's go to your emergency medicine physician experience at LAC plus USC. Do you have a shorthand that you'd like to use so I don't have to say that every time?
I don't.
All right. So I'll just say LAUSC. Would that be something that would work?
I say LAC-USC.
I'll say LAC-USC also. So what years were you an emergency medicine physician at LAC-USC?
I was there as an emergency intern, resident, and physician from 1987 to 2016.
So if, again, I did my math right, it's about 29 years?
Yes.
And you've described previously that that facility was a level 1 trauma center, correct?
Yes, it was.
What is a level 1 trauma center?
A level 1 trauma center is the highest level that the trauma center could be. So it means it has in-house neurosurgeon, in-house orthopedic surgeon, an active research program, and obviously in-house trauma surgeons.
What did you do as an emergency medicine physician at that facility from 1987 to 2016? I'm sure it's a lot, but if you could give some representative examples.
Well, we staffed both the major and minor areas of the emergency department where the patients were brought into. So any patient that was brought in with major trauma or, even non-trauma, medical condition, heart attack or stroke would be brought into the emergency department, and we would provide the initial examination, screening, resuscitation, whatever was needed. And then if the patient needed to go to the operating room, we would call the surgeons, and if they needed to go to the ICU, we would stabilize them and send them to the ICU.
In addition to diagnosing and treating that we've all experienced with the unfortunate, with all respect, having to go to the emergency medicine department, did you engage in any surgery in the emergency medicine department? And if you could describe what you mean if the answer is yes.
Yes.
Describe what it is that you did that constituted surgery at the emergency medicine department from 1987 to 2016. We're going to get into more specifics apropos to the issue at case here, but just looking for what, when we say that you did surgery, want to give an idea of what that is.
Okay, so we did what is considered minor surgery. We sewed up, we debrided and sewed up lacerations, repaired lacerations. We incised certain infected wounds and cut them open. So is that what you mean?
Yes, thank you. So now moving, and we're going to come back to some of that, but now moving on to the next position that you had at the LAC-USC Jail Medical Services. Can you describe what the name of that position was?
Yes, I was jail medical director.
And approximately what time period were you jail medical director at LAC-USC?
Okay, before I answer that, I'd like to say that in addition, so we generally had a clinical role and an administrative role. So there were several things going on at the same time. In terms of jail medical director, as the administrative role, I was doing that from 2003 to 2014.
And can you describe the in-custody unit that was there that you provided this role that you just described?
Yes, we had an unusual situation where we had In addition to the regular major emergency department, we also had a specially dedicated combination of emergency, inpatient, and outpatient area for patients that were incarcerated. So the patients would be brought directly up to the jail emergency department for their injuries if they were hemodynamically stable. What I mean by that is if their blood pressure and pulse were stable, they'd be brought directly up to the emergency department.
And what type of agencies would bring those types of patients to that department?
The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, Los Angeles Police Department, the California Highway Patrol, local area, any of the local police departments in LA County were eligible to bring their patients there.
And briefly describe the volume of patients that would be brought into that department.
It was very busy. Just the emergency department alone was 20 to 30 patients a day, just for the jail emergency department. And then the inpatient area depended on the year, because it was about 40 patients, inpatients, and over the years that decreased a little bit.
Did you ever have a role with regard to emergency medicine quality improvement at LAC-USC?
Yes, I was chairman of the committee for a period of time.
And do you remember approximately when that was?
I'd have to refer to the CV, sorry.
Would around 2000 to 2003 be approximately an accurate time?
Yes.
What did you do as the director of emergency medicine quality improvement?
So for that role, I was in charge of quality improvement projects and how they were progressing during the interim, as well as I investigated all the deaths in the main emergency department and the jail emergency department.
Now, the title has in it quality improvement.
Yes.
Am I correct that in order to be a director of quality improvement, you have to understand well the underlying practice to understand what needs to be improved?
Yes.
And did you believe that you had that high level of understanding?
Yes.
And did you exercise that high level of understanding in that role?
Yes.
Now, before that, did you have any experience with life support training at LAC-USC?
Yes, I was the director of the Life Support Training Center.
And was that also around late 1990s, 2000 time period?
Yes.
And what was your role? What did you do as director of Center for Life Support and Training at LAC-USC?
So we provided all of the life support courses that were taught at the institution, including advanced cardiac life support, advanced trauma life support, which was taught to the surgeons and emergency physicians, and pediatric life support.
Now we're going to switch gears a little bit. Have you ever been an adjunct professor?
Yes.
When and where?
From, I believe the dates were 1998 to 2003 at the California State University at Los Angeles.
And what did you teach at Cal State Los Angeles?
I taught a graduate level course called Legal Medicine, which was part of their master's degree program.
And that's a graduate program, correct?
Yes.
And what were the students in the grad program there for? Was there a certain title that they were referred to as?
Yes, it was a graduate program in criminalistics, and so many of them were crime lab employees or headed to work at a crime lab.
And just briefly, can you give just examples of some of the topics you taught to those that were in this criminalistics program?
Yes. So I was teaching the medical course. And so I had to teach a wide range of topics about forensic medicine to these people who would be going to crime scenes and seeing deceased bodies, etc. So my topics included things like time of death, blunt force trauma, sharp force trauma, burns, wounds. I did teach about wounds and including, so a wide variety of wounds.
Let's focus in on wounds. Okay. Describe in some detail the type of wound analysis and treatment you taught as an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles.
Well, there was no treatment taught to those students, as opposed to the emergency students, emergency medicine doctors. But the types of wounds that I talked about in the legal medicine course included, again, sharp force, blunt force, thermal. I talked about bite wounds, identifying bite wounds on a deceased body. I talked about wounds that people would see in child abuse, domestic violence, elder abuse.
And in your teaching, let's break that down. In your teaching of dog, is it fair to say dog-inflicted human wounds? Is that a fair term? Or would
Well,
what would you use?
Mostly bite wounds in general.
Bite wounds, was that from a specific animal or general animals?
No, human, mostly human. I talked about mostly human bite wounds.
Okay.
With a reference to animal wounds.
And what was the reference to animal wounds?
Just how they can be differentiated from human bite wounds.
So you taught human bite wounds, but you also taught how to differentiate human bite wounds from dog bite wounds on humans.
Yes.
So let the witness answer that. So ask it in a non-leading way, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Describe what you taught the students on the topic of human wounds and dog bite wounds.
Okay. I taught the students to recognize human bite wounds. So I had pictures, images, and slides on human bite wounds, why they would be important, the forensic value of bite wounds. I mentioned how they may differ from other bite wounds, such as dog bite wounds. In the emergency department, the focus was a little different.
That's what I wanted to go to next. So describe, well, first, in your many years in the emergency department, and we're going to get to this in more detail. So why don't we just save it until the next category we get to? We'll come back to that. Before you were an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles, and before you were a medical doctor, what did you do for work?
I was a police officer full-time.
And approximately when were you a full-time police officer?
From 1977 to 1984 in Massachusetts.
On the police force in Malden, how many women were on the police force?
Before I started, none.
So you were the first woman on the police force in Malden?
Correct.
Did you go to academy?
Yes.
Did you graduate successfully from academy?
From the Boston Police Academy, yes.
Before that, did you have any other work experience?
Yes, I worked in an emergency room, actually.
Right, but in terms of from the time period, as I understand it, in Malden, if I heard correctly, you said approximately 1997 to 1984 for?
77.
I'm sorry, 77, right. So before that, did you have any other job in the community in Malden?
Well, in the period 1977. During that period of time, I worked in the emergency department. I was an EMT and I was an auxiliary police officer.
Let's talk about the EMT experience. What did you do as an EMT?
I did volunteer work.
Just, again, most of us know what an EMT does, but just for the
Generally rendered first aid to calls for emergency service.
Now let's go into the category of your medical training and experience specifically pointed at a certain topic. With regard to wounds, do you have any experience with dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Much experience.
Let's start and do this chronologically. What professional experience have you had with, we'll call them dog bites? What would you like to call them? Dog bites or dog bite wounds? What's your parlance?
Dog bite wounds.
So what's your professional experience going chronologically with dog bite wounds? Your first.
Well, my call was period 1975 to 1977 when I attended a training session where I witnessed the training of dogs. The training was conducted by some people I know, and I was invited to this professional session. And during that session, even though the simulated criminals were wearing specially designed sleeves on their arms, one of the participants was accidentally bitten by one of the dogs.
And when you say accidentally bitten, do you conveniently, did the dog a bite or full bite grip?
You know, I can't really say because I don't remember if I actually saw that bite, but the dogs were being taught how to aggressively bite to the simulated criminals, and apparently this one bite went, you know, where the sleeve ended.
And this was back in the 1970s?
Mid-70s, yes.
Did you provide any care for the wound of the person that was subjected to that dog injury?
Yes, I was an EMT, so I provided basic and transported that person to local emergency room.
And then you participated in the transport to the ER?
Yes.
And did you get an opportunity at that point to observe the wound that was caused by this dog bite?
Very.
And because you treated it, correct?
Correct.
Let's now move to LACUSC Jail Emergency Department. And I recall you testify that was approximately 1987 to 1995. Do I have that right?
That was part, yeah, that was the intense part that where we saw a lot of, yes, law enforcement dog bites.
What, did you see any dog wounds in that jail emergency department?
Many.
When you say many, can you give, not how much you treated, but how many of those dog-induced wounds that you observed?
I would say about 60 to 70 cases that I personally observed. A lot more.
Now, what type of dogs were, as part of that treatment, did you learn what type of dog inflicted the wound?
Well, these were trained law enforcement dogs.
So these were canine dogs, right?
Yes.
Canine bites, an appropriate term to describe them?
Yes.
And how many of these individuals at LAUSC jail did you personally treat with these canine-induced dog wounds?
Personally, about 40.
And personally, did you have any other experience in addition to those personal treatments?
Yes, so we worked.
Describe what those additional roles were.
We worked as a team, and so sometimes one intern or one resident would get the case, and another time the other person on the team would get the case. So we worked on all the wounds together as a team, and so that's why it's hard to give it a hard number.
What was your role as a member of that team when you were not personally treating the wound? What was your role? What did you do?
I would assist. I would see other patients, but we all rounded on all the cases.
What do you mean by rounding?
Rounding is this medical, the team of doctors, and sometimes from bed to bed, and discuss each case.
And in 40, you went as a member of the team from bed to bed to bed, and in addition to those 40 of dog-inflicted wounds, you saw additional dog-inflicted wounds, correct?
Yes.
Describe the level of bites that you would observe both as personally treating and as a member of the team.
Well, these bites were unlike, they were very extensive dog bites with a lot of tissue damage. And there were areas on the patients where the dog would attempt more than one bite. And sometimes there were, completed bites, and sometimes there were what I called partial bites, where there were just some scratches, abrasions, superficial wounds. But the, so it was quite a different thing than I had read about in textbooks.
What do you mean by partial bites?
Well, a partial bite would be where the dog did not get a full grip on the victim and with the skin. The teeth actually slide around along the surface of the skin in the attempt to get a grip.
You make that from looking at the wound.
Yes.
In this specific experience at the USC jail, did you determine generally that a partial grip on whatever was the body part that was the subject of the wound?
Well, oftentimes because they were accompanied by completed dog bites that had full penetration, puncture wounds, and tearing.
Right. So the observation of which you saw it and then reached about the partial complete?
Yes.
How many times do you wound and make a medical determination, partial or a complete grip by the dog?
I don't really know because we focused in of the wounds, the ones that had the large gaping lines, and then medical.
Predominance was the typical canine bite, also a less number with the incomplete bite, correct? Bite have any, what you observed, have any relationship to a civilian dog bite?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
It wasn't a great question. So let's go to, does a canine bite ever present as a regular community dog bite in terms of the wound?
A trained canine bite?
Yes.
I haven't seen it.
Right. So an incomplete canine bite, correct, is more tethered to a canine. I'll describe how you would compare an incomplete canine dog bite to a dog bite.
Well, that's difficult. I understand the question.
Okay, well, let's just conclude this way. So the predominance at the LAUSC Jail Emergency Department was canine dog bites. Let me rephrase it. We'll in terms of emergency department, what was the predominant type of dog injury?
The regular emergency department?
Yes.
Not jail? The predominant was civilian dog bites.
To the emergency department at LAUSC and specifically as the department physician. And as I understand it, you've was 7 in about 2016 as an intern resident and physician. Is that your testimony?
And yes.
Now, did you treat and assess dog bites or dog wounds in that capacity in the emergency department of LACUSC?
In the main emergency department.
And did you also treat, beyond dog-induced wounds, general animal-induced wounds that were not from a dog?
Yes.
Describe some of the dogs that you would observe in regular emergency.
Was the cat. We would see skunks, raccoons. I recall seeing it a time, of course, snake bites and, various other animals.
Approximately how many did you serve in treatment department at the USC?
So the main emergency department, well, over the course of all those years, at least 500.
How do you come up with the number 500?
Estimate based on seeing, based on the number of years I worked, plus the number of weeks in the number of dog bites that I saw per year, and that's how I came up with that number. And I underestimated.
Describe what you did, just briefly, with regard to the wounds. What type of practice of medicine, what did you do specifically with the wounds?
So when a patient wounds,
wounds.
Okay, well, because some patients couldn't tell us what kind of, most of the time they could, but some couldn't. Some were young, some, there were various reasons. There was sometimes language barriers. So I had to figure out what a type of animal inflicted the wound. And there was a very important clinical reason for that.
We're going to get to that.
Okay.
So I think you testified earlier about specific the wound. What did you do specifically with the dog? These 500, approximately more than 500 dog inflicted wounds. What did you do specifically?
Well, I was clearly interested in wounds, and particularly bite wounds. I was very interested in this, so they got my attention all the time. And so what I first do, I had to do a differential diagnosis, but physically, if I determined it was a dog bite wound, then I'd render the appropriate treatment. Sometimes there was perforation of the skin and lacerations, and those lacerations sometimes needed debridement, which is cutting away from the edges and the dead tissue, any devitalized tissue, and some were large enough that they actually needed suturing. Many of them needed antibiotics prescribed.
In terms of, I think you've testified that it was a level 1 trauma center.
Yes.
Did the fact that it was a level 1 trauma center have any effect on the number of dog bite wounds you would see?
I don't know the exact effect, but we did get referrals in.
And does the fact that it was a level trauma 1 center mean your estimate was conservative or?
Oh, my estimate,
conservative, you say 500, but describe what you mean by conservative.
Conservative
What
means,
or does it go down?
oh, a lot more than 500.
Does that estimate include the number of dog inflicted wounds that you supervised?
No.
So in addition to the 500 plus, you also supervised. Describe what the nature of the supervision was with respect to.
Physician at a university supervised interns, other residents, medical students, PAs, and nurse practitioners. And so frequently had, 3 to 5 people working with me that I had to see I saw any case that they saw, any patient that they saw, I would supervise. And when they were at the wounds personally myself.
How many trainees did you typically?
Typically 3 to 5.
So in addition to the 500 plus, you were supervising 3 to 5 trainees per shift who also were treating dog infections. And can you give an approximate number of dog inflicted wounds, just approximate, that those trainees would be experiencing in their role?
It's so hard to give an estimate. But with all those trainees and all those weeks and years, I would say at least another 500.
Have you ever participated, now we're going to switch gears to when you described you were a forensic pathologist in OR. Did you ever have experience with an autopsy regarding
Oh, I was at the coroner's office. I was assigned an autopsy.
So this was at the medical examiner's office?
That's correct, medical examiner now.
What was the subject of the autopsy?
Boy, I don't remember the exact age, and he was killed by dogs when he entered into a fenced area.
Were they canine dogs?
I don't know the exact. Not law enforcement canine dogs.
So you were led to believe there were civilian dogs? Not, they just weren't canine dogs.
They weren't, as far as I know, they were not trained canine dogs. Civilian dogs.
Did you observe any wound patterns as part of that autopsy?
Yes.
Describe the wound.
I'll never forget them. There were many deep lacerations, avulsions. There was a wide range of wounds, and amongst them there were patterns of abrasions, multiple parallel abrasions.
Were there any other types of marks from the part of the dog that you observed?
Oh, there were puncture wounds.
Any other types of wounds? Many other part of the dog?
Well, I believe that there were claw marks. They also would look like superficial abrasions.
And were there any bite marks?
Oh, yes.
How many? Approximately.
I don't know.
More than
There were-
one?
Oh, many.
Many. Now let's move to studies and publication. Have you ever performed a study of canine dog bite injuries?
Yes, my and I performed a study of over 700 canines presented to the jail emergency department over a 10-year period.
When approximately was this study?
In the late,
Did that study result in any publications? Were those two publications peer reviewed?
Yes.
What does peer review mean?
That means that a group of physicians from the same specialty have read the article, analyzed the methodology, and determined that this was a valid study.
Have you, in addition to that was peer reviewed, have you ever edited any publications?
Yes.
Describe the publications that you edited.
I edited a 2-volume publication called Topics of Emergency Medicine, Forensic Emergency Medicine.
Were chapters in that human bite wounds?
Yes.
Describe briefly what the chapter was about.
Yes, the chapter was written by, well, it was written by who was a pioneer, and one of his colleagues, Dr. Anselmo, who were pioneers in the field of forensic odontology, bite wound analysis.
Now, you mentioned Dr. Gerald Vale. What is his profession or professions?
Okay, he was a dentist and a teaching dentist at the University of Southern California, and an attorney as well.
How was he? Are you aware of his reputation?
Oh yes, even before I got to.
What was his reputation?
What was his reputation?
No, we're going to move on to a different question. What do you remember the title of the publication?
Excuse me.
The title of the publication again?
Yes. It was called Topics of Emergency Medicine, Forensic Emergency Medicine.
Okay. What part of that did you edit specifically?
Myself and my co-editor edited the entire publication, every chapter in the publication.
Did that publication discuss human dentition?
Yes, the chapter written by Dr. Vale and colleague did.
Did it discuss dog dentition?
Yes.
And you, of course, since you edited the whole publication, you were editing, well, let me ask you, parts of the publication on human and dog dentition?
Yes.
What did you do of those chapters?
Well, I read and looked for any, inconsistencies or any problems with the topics, and then if and all change, and then it went on for publication.
Do you know why you were asked to edit that publication?
Yeah, that's sustained.
In terms of the publication after editing, was the publication peer reviewed?
Yes.
And were you part of that peer review process?
No, because I was the editor.
Correct. So the editing, it went on.
Yes.
And then did it sort of pass, so to speak, the peer review?
Yes.
And then it became published?
Yes.
Let's now move on to the topic of seminars, talk. How many peer-reviewed, have you read any peer-reviewed published articles on dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
Can you describe how many?
Oh, at least 20.
Have you ever attended any seminars regarding wound identification and bite wounds?
Yes.
How many approximately? Or if you can't recall, describe some of the seminars.
I don't know the exact number. However, I would frequently attend them at the coroner's office, Los Angeles coroner's office, and at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences annual.
And some people have varying reviews about what happened in the seminar. What happened at these seminars that you attended?
These are high-level seminars, very intense. And one of the medical physicians, the odontology seminars, because it was a special interest of mine.
And what were some topics that were discussed on odontology? Sorry, first let's talk about what is odontology?
I think it's the study of human dentition, or dentition in general, I believe. I don't know.
And so it can be, it's back to the seminars. Describe what occurred at these seminars.
The LA coroner's office, there would be a lecture out, I should say, about it every year regarding odontology and bite wounds, bite wounds on humans. At the American Academy of Forensic Science, those were interesting seminars in which the specific cases were discussed by the board certified forensic odontologists, and principles of bite marks identification was discussed.
Did those seminars involve the topic of dog-inflicted?
Not primarily.
Of dog-inflicted wounds at those seminars?
At some of the seminars, if dog-inflicted wounds were discussed, it was just in distinguishing, a human bite versus a dog bite.
You've mentioned Vale's name a couple of times. Did you ever work in any with Dr. Vale?
Yes, he was the forensic odontologist for the Los Angeles County Coroner's Medical Examiner's Office.
Did you ever consult with or for him?
Well, he had a case where there was, it was a dog bite case, and I don't know a lot of the details, but he called me up and wanted to discuss the case and specifically some features of dog bites and treatment.
And was he looking for information from you, or was he just reporting to you his views?
No, he was looking for information.
What type did you provide generally?
I can't really say.
But it was the topic. Again, the topic was
dog bite.
Let's now move on to a different topic. Do you have experience providing treatment to individuals involved in motor vehicle?
Many, many hundreds.
Describe the many, many hundreds of experiences you have involving motor vehicle accidents?
Difficult because there were so many. Level 1 trauma was with, some major roads and major freeways. So vehicle accidents were very commonplace. But the victims would range from mildly injured to comatose and dead. A wide range, a lot of injuries, bodily injuries, head injuries, wide range of injuries. And that's I know what I was going to say. Some of those victims were actually motor vehicle collisions. They were actually struck by a car.
That's what I wanted to get to. So before we get to the specific of what you just mentioned, struck by a car, you've described today a variety of your roles from an EMT, police officer, etc. For each one, could you just tell whether or not getting into details, whether or not you observed and treated involved in a motor vehicle accident?
As an EMT, yes, I did. As an emergency physician, yes, I did. As a forensic pathologist, I certainly examined them and took very detailed notes.
So as a forensic pathologist, because I'm assuming more about what you mean.
Well, as a forensic, I should have clarified a little bit better. As a forensic in office, all of those victims were deceased. However, in my role as a consultant forensic I would consult on cases for the courts, for various parties in the courts on motor vehicle injured patients.
Now let's go to the emergency room. Can you approximate how many patients in treated?
I can't. There were so many.
Is it in the
hundreds
tens?
or thousands?
I'm sorry, repeat that, please.
I'm sorry, hundreds or to thousands. I just again, if very well, if very conservatively said, I worked 1,000 weeks during my career. Even if I motor vehicle accident patients per week, I'm at 1,000, but certainly.
Let's move on to the topic of source of wounds.
Well, I look at the skin and I try to recognize if there is a pattern that I've seen before, a pattern that I am familiar with. And sometimes in the past, I had to compare an object, for instance. Recognition and pattern, major interests of mine.
Is wound pattern recognition a topic that is taught
in residency, for sure?
And what is taught in residency of wound pattern recognition generally?
Well, in emergency medicine residency, it's taught to recognize patterns and locations of wounds because the physician has to be able to recognize things like child abuse and elder violence with specific patterns of injuries.
Considered a standard of care, you used that term earlier today, in the emergency department. Is that something is an area that an emergency room physician And how frequently, your emergency room physician, do you exercise pattern wound recognition?
I can't tell.
Is it frequent or infrequent?
Oh, frequent.
Why is assessing the source of bite wounds? Well, let me go backwards. Is assessing bite wounds important in the practice of medicine in the emergency department?
Is assessing the source of bite wounds?
Is it important?
Yes, it is very.
Why?
Well, because different types of bite wounds are treated differently.
Does the assessment affect the care and treatment that the patient is going to receive?
Yes.
How?
Okay. Well, certain bite wounds are prone to certain infections. So dog wounds are prone to certain infections, cat wounds, various other animals that inflict wounds cause infections. And the infections can differ from the inflicting animal. Additionally, so there are bacterial infections. There are also viral infections such as rabies. So for instance, some types of wounds from some type of animals will require a series of rabies shots because those animals are known to harbor rabies. So it's very important to try to figure out what the source of the wound is so you can determine, does the person just need some antibiotics and a tetanus shot, or do they need a series of rabies shots?
Are there circumstances in which you've had to identify the source of wounds without input from the patient?
Yes.
Describe those.
Well, there may be a language barrier, or sometimes with a child will have a bite, but we don't know what bit the child. So yes.
Are there any other circumstances, any other categories that you have to determine the source of the wound, say where you might have a legal responsibility to make a judgment on the source of the wound?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
In terms of circumstances where you have to determine the source of the wound, are there any other examples where you've determined the source of the wound, sort of categories of people, certain types of victims that you've seen and had to make an assessment?
Are you talking about bite wounds?
No, just a wound in general.
Well, yeah, so
wound pattern is the topic. So
yes.
With regard to wound patterns.
Okay. Well, yes. So it's important for an emergency physician, for instance, to recognize patterns because sometimes the victims themselves will attempt to mislead the doctor. For instance, it's not uncommon for parents or I should say caretakers or domestic violence victims to give a different story in the emergency department than the true story of how an injury was sustained. And I'm a mandated reporter. Emergency physicians are mandated reporters. So we have to be on the lookout for certain injury patterns.
Are you familiar with the term posterior surface?
Yes.
And specifically with regard to a limb, upper body limb and arm, what is the posterior surface?
So the posterior surface is the back of the individual. And
hold up your arm and demonstrate what you mean when
yes.
you say posterior.
But first, let me just explain that the anatomic labels are given to the human body, or have been given in the past to the human body, in reference to what they call the standard anatomical position, which is with the person standing upright and their arms down at their side. So anything in the front is called anterior, anything in the back is called posterior, which means that the posterior of the arm is actually here. because even though it doesn't look like it might be a posterior to somebody, it's actually anatomically the posterior of the arm. So it's this surface right here. And so that's what is meant by the posterior of the arm.
What can, and have you observed wounds on the posterior surface of an arm in your career?
Oh, that's highly indicative of defense wounds.
What do you mean it's highly indicative of defense wounds?
Well, we're taught in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology that if there are wounds to that area of the arm, it may be because the person or victim sustaining the injuries was trying to protect themselves. And so they brought the arm up to protect their face, their head, their neck, chest area. So the wounds to this area, the posterior of the arm, are often defensive wounds.
What is your experience with defensive wounds to the posterior location of the arm?
I have a lot of experience with them.
Describe that.
Well, both, again, in the emergency department, saw many victims, many patients, I should say, that had wounds to that area of the arm. And of course, in the medical examiner's office, again, saw many victims that had wounds to that posterior surface of the arm.
Did you, as part of that examination for the posterior surface of the arm, ever determine the wound was from a stab wound?
Yes.
How many times roughly?
10, roughly.
Did you ever in your career determine that a posterior wound was sourced by a dog bite or dog claw wound?
Not that I labeled in the medical chart as such.
In your analysis, in your experience in the emergency room and in the jail with canine wounds, did you reach a conclusion with regard to whether a wound on the posterior surface of an arm was a defensive wound as you have defined it today?
In the emergency department, it didn't really matter if an animal bite was on the posterior surface of the arm, because in the emergency department we focused in on treatment. It did matter in cases of, like I said, domestic violence or child abuse, because those were assaults. But other than that, the wounds were treated as if they were on the front of the arm. No difference.
How about in the canine dog bite wound experience? Did you ever conclude that a wound from a canine bite or any kind of dog bite was a defensive wound?
Yes, some of them were, but again, it didn't matter in terms of the treatment. So, so that determination wasn't really important.
So you made a determination that they were, well, put it this way. Did you make any kind of an assessment, whether it affected treatment or not, that the wound was a defensive wound with regard to a dog bite?
Yes.
Now let's go on to characteristics of dog bites and scratch wounds. Do you know approximately how many dog bite wounds present to the emergency room in the United States on an annual basis?
Yes, it's over 300,000 estimated.
And how do you know that estimate?
From the medical literature.
And is that medical literature you have read and are aware of?
Yes.
Which medical specialty, do you know what I mean by medical specialty?
Yes.
Which medical specialty sees the most dog bite inflicted wounds?
Well, I believe it's the emergency physician, because we're the gatekeepers, so to speak.
Do you have a conclusion whether emergency room physicians have more exposure to and familiarity with dog bites than other specialists?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Thank you. Do ER physicians have more exposure to and familiarity with dog bites than others?
Yeah, sustain for the same reason, but I'll give you a minute to think about how to ask it.
Thank you. Which medical specialty has the most exposure? Well, let me conclude it this way. In terms of the presentation of dog bite wounds in the emergency room, are emergency room physicians trained to recognize and treat dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Yes, it's a common presentation in the emergency department.
Describe the difference between, well, do you know the difference between a civilian dog bite and a canine dog bite?
I believe I do.
Describe it.
Well, the canine dog bites inflicted by trained canine dogs tend to be quite devastating. Puncture wounds with tearing lacerations, very big wounds causing injury to muscle, connective tissue underneath, even blood vessels at times. They oftentimes require admission to the hospital and extensive intravenous antibiotics. As opposed to the canine, the civilian, what I call the civilian dog bites, which typically are just scratches or, I shouldn't say scratches, abrasions or small puncture wounds, and require maybe a little bit of irrigation and a tetanus shot and outpatient treatment.
Dr. Russell, you've been gracious and patient with my questions. Do you need a break for any reason, subject to the court's permission?
So I was going to go just a little bit further if we could, like 15 minutes. But I can't see Dr. Russell from where I am.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Can you go 15 more minutes?
I could.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Let's move on to the topic of dental features of dogs. Do you have knowledge of the dental features of dogs?
Yes.
Describe that knowledge.
Well, I have knowledge of the numbers and configuration of the teeth, the shape of the jaw.
And can you describe generally that knowledge?
Generally, yes. So the shape varies depending on the breed, but generally there are 42 teeth in the canine mouth, and a certain number on the top, a certain a certain number down below, 20 on top, 22 below.
And does that knowledge source from your medical education training, or does it source from the literature, or both?
Both.
Now let's go to an overview of dog-inflicted injuries. Specifically, can you give an overview of the specific type of dog-inflicted injuries on humans?
Yes, they could range from the very minor, which are abrasions and contusions or bruises, to very large gaping lacerations and amputations and avulsions and just about everything in between.
What do you mean by an avulsion?
An avulsion is where a piece of tissue is actually torn away. By tissue, generally, I mean the skin, and it's torn away from where it's supposed to be. But yet, a little part of it may still be intact. So it's not completely amputated, it's just a portion of it is torn away.
Are there ever teeth from a dog that are the cause of those types of injuries you just described?
Yes.
Are the nails of a dog ever the source of the type of injuries you just described?
The nails are sources of abrasions.
Are the claw marks the source of any type of injury from a dog? Or are the claw marks of a dog the source of any type of the injuries you just described?
Yes, abrasions.
Let's go to the types of dog bite injuries. Describe the types of dog bite injuries with which you have professional experience.
Well, I have experience with that whole range of injuries and the unfortunate situation of death too.
So let's discuss the components of that range you just talked about. What types of injuries specifically from a dog do you have experience with regard to the type of dog injury from the dogs and the dog dentition?
I don't understand.
I'm sorry, my question is not clear enough for you. Are there words or names that are associated with the type of injury from a dog?
Other than the medical terms like abrasions and contusions, lacerations.
Is there a certain action of dog teeth that occurs that they have a name for the type of injury that they present?
Okay, so one type of injury can be what they call the tear and the puncture and tear and pull injury, where the canine teeth, which are the longest ones, and the dogs have 2 canines on the upper jaw and 2 on the lower. The canine teeth actually puncture the wound. And what happens, and which I haven't described yet, is that generally a person's not standing still while they're getting bitten. They're pulling, the dog is pulling. And what happens is a lot of these wounds are caused, especially the extensive ones, by the relative pulling away of the victim and the dog. The dog, some dogs hold on and pull as well. So this pulling, the puncturing and then pulling will cause these hole and tear lacerations.
Now, you've discussed previously wound pattern recognition. You've used that term. How would you describe the wound pattern characteristics of dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
There are a number of different patterns.
In a spectrum of characteristic, from small to medium to high, what one of those 3 categories would you describe is appropriate for the characteristicness of recognizing a pattern from a dog?
Well, if there is a certain combination of wounds, a certain pattern of wounds, being parallel lines and puncture wounds, etc., if that is present, that combination, that is highly characteristic of a dog-inflicted injury.
So I just want to make sure we understand the type of dog-inflicted wounds that are, as you just called it, highly characteristic of a dog wound. What is the observation that leads you to conclude in certain instances that a wound is highly characteristic of a dog-induced wound?
Well, if I see a combination of punctures or incomplete punctures, as well as parallel abrasions, so striations, scratches would be the civilian word for that, that combination is highly characteristic.
Are you familiar with the term with regard to dog bites and dog wounds, an incomplete dental impression.
Yes.
What does that term mean?
Well, dogs don't generally bite with their entire mouth when they are biting a human. They bite with the front of their mouth. So, so you get a partial dental imprint. Additionally, depending on the type of, the amount of force and the grip, so to speak, that the dog gets on the skin, there may or may not be a complete impact of the teeth.
So would it be, so when it's not a complete impact of the teeth, have you observed that incomplete impact of the teeth in wounds to humans from dogs?
Yes.
Describe those observations, including how frequently you've made those observations.
In general, they're more frequent in civilian dog bites because the civilian, well, I can't say why, but anyways, they're more frequent in civilian dog bites, the incompletes. And the pattern is as I just described.
Is your experience greater from your entire career with dog-inflicted wounds from canine bites or from civilian dogs, as you've used that term?
In terms of overall numbers, civilians.
Your Honor, I would be going on to my next topic, and if you would like me to continue, I can, or if Your Honor prefers a break, I can do that as well.
Oh, I don't need a break, but I understand if people want a break. But what I want to know is how long, I'm not rushing you, but just to figure out how long we're going on the direct.
My best estimate, Your Honor, is 40 to 45 minutes.
Okay, so you say this is a good place to stop?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, then we'll stop. So
Thank you,
we'll take
appreciate
a 20-minute break and be back out here at 11:30.
All rise for the court, please.
Oh.
Quiet, please. We're still in session. Quiet, please.
You are muted.
No, I know. Up and down. Like what's the okay? Okay, let me take a look.
Hello. How important do you believe this witness is?
Well, Lucky's crucial. I mean, there's a reason why the state.
Who reached out to who?
I reached out to a district attorney that I worked with with the LA coroner's office.
And then somehow that person put you in touch with Mr. Jackson, is that right?
Yes,
And was that also on May 17th?
17th and 18th, yes.
So I'm sorry, 17th or the 18th? Which one was it that you?
So just for full disclosure, so the attorney she reached out to, my life seems to be like this. All my cases that I cover seem to go into one another. She reached out to DA John Lewin, who I've done a lot of episodes with, who works with Alan Jackson's wife in the DA's office in LA. Probably worked with Alan Jackson when he was a prosecutor. But the fact that I asked him for a comment and got nothing back. So I don't think he really wants it to be any more broadcasted than it already is, that he was connected with this woman, because she comes off as so attention seeking, so looking for a payout in looking for another career as maybe a defense expert. I mean, it's nice work if you can get it. You get paid anywhere from, I think the lowest, like $300, $400 an hour. Someone left me a comment that someone got paid totally as a defense witness, $60,000. But you can rack up quite a hefty bill, these expert witnesses, in the thousands and thousands of dollars. So she's on board. She'll testify to what when she's needed. And she said she saw it in the Globe. Again, another person who saw this story in the paper and wanted to get involved. Does not look good for the defense. These are not the kind of witnesses you want.
Spoke with Mr. Jackson.
I didn't speak to him.
You did not speak to him?
Not speaking, not verbal. There was some email communication or text communication.
You communicated with him. Was
Yes.
that on the 17th or the 18th?
Yes, both, I think.
Both. And when did you render this opinion as far as what you've testified to here today?
Shortly after he sent me the files.
Now, in regards to those files, you testified in this court a couple days ago, correct?
I did.
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Excuse me?
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked specifically what materials that you had reviewed, you included a number of items, but you did not include anything about a Dr. Sheridan affidavit, anything about a UC Davis report, or anything about any sort of bite history for a canine that lived or resided at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct, because I hadn't reviewed them then.
And so since then, 2 days ago, now you've reviewed them, correct?
Yes, I became aware that those files existed, yes.
You became aware of those files? Were they not sent to you previously?
No, I think there were technical difficulties regarding me and the computer and downloading from Dropbox. And so, yeah, so they were, I think they were sent to me, but I think I didn't open them.
Now, with reference to these technical difficulties, did you ever express any of those technical difficulties, or, hey, I can't see the whole file, or there's other things in here that are listed that I can't look at?
No, I wasn't aware.
And so with regard to, as far as your reaching out or contact in regard to this case, how did that come about?
Okay. I saw an article, I believe it was in the Boston Globe, regarding this case. And I didn't, initially I didn't think anything of it. Then I saw an article that indicated that there was some.
I'm not asking you anything about anything, any article. You saw an article in the Boston Globe about
Yes.
this case, is that right?
Yes,
And how did you come upon it? You have a subscription to the Boston Globe?
I did at the time. Yes,
Did at the time. What time was this?
in May.
May of 2024?
Yes,
And how long had you had a subscription to the Boston Globe at the time that you saw this?
it was either a 6-month subscription or a year. I don't remember.
And that was the first time that you had seen anything about that?
First time I paid attention to anything like that. Yes,
Now, again, you had testified here just a couple of days ago when I asked you questions about this, is that right?
yes.
It wasn't in your testimony just a couple of days ago that the subscription was actually for a year or 18 months.
No.
Remember, not 6 months a year.
So only one person can talk at a time. So was that your testimony, doctor?
No, I don't believe so. I believe that I said it was a 6-month subscription or a 12-month subscription.
In any event, you saw something, is that?
She wants to upgrade her suits from this. I mean, it's just, it just came off across to me. I'm just going to call it like I see it. Very desperate. Compared to the prosecution witnesses, they all came across as professionals. Maybe some a little, I'm thinking of Trooper Paul, maybe a little nervous, maybe a little fast talking. But none of them came off like they had, notice that none of them testified that they had read it in the paper and had got in touch with the Commonwealth.
That's the first time that you recall seeing anything in the media about this case was in May of 2024?
It was the first time that I recall reading anything about it. Correct.
Now, did you write a report in regard to your opinions that you testified here today?
No.
And I asked you that a couple days ago as well?
Yes.
Okay, so in the last couple of days, you've had time to review a UC Davis report, Dr. Sheridan's affidavit, and any sort of dog bite history, but you haven't had a chance to write a report?
Objection. Sustained to that point.
You haven't written a report, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
I haven't been asked to write a report, sir.
Did you ever look at anything related to Mr. O'Keefe's head injury?
I looked at.
Objection. Sustained. Yes.
This is why the cross-examination is sometimes called the engine of truth. And she came off very well and direct. And this is why I love going to trials. This is a dramatic turnaround. She was really polished up, looked pretty decent. In cross, we knew different because we saw her raw deer. In direct, excuse me. But when it gets to cross, she looks like an attention-seeking, money-hungry whore of the court, as Dominic Dunn would say it, trying to get a few pennies and some notoriety so she can get some kind of career as a dog bite expert in this case. And I'd be curious to see what article she read, who wrote it, what was it about. I'm interested to see the veracity of her claim that she read this in the Boston Globe at that time. And interestingly, this might be the one thing that Turtle Boy and I agree on. he wrote on Twitter. Let me just pull it up. I don't think I need to show it to you, but it's up there if you guys want to see it. In a remarkable agreement of opinion, Aidan Curdy writes, Dr. Marie Russell says she first found out about the Karen Reed case in a Boston Globe article. I gotta be honest, I find that hard to believe. I do too, Aidan. The Globe ignored this story for a long time, and she probably wouldn't admit to reading it on Turtle Boy. Either way, it doesn't really matter. What does he say? She was wonderful. If this is the best Lally has to discredit, then he completely failed. Well, I don't think he saw the point. The point isn't about where she read it, Aidan. It's the fact that she read it and then chose to involve herself in a high-profile trial. So that's the point of that. B. Tim says AJ has been showing these marks on the arm for 2 years, saying it was dog bites, but never hired a dog bite expert in that time. What he based that opinion on? What did he base that opinion on? Was he just lying to people in the court? Yeah, good point. It was dog bites before they ever had a dog out. Well, it looks like dog bites. And as someone who's gotten bit by a dog, I can tell you it looks nothing like my dog bites look nothing like this. This skip looks cheap. I'm sorry. This medical is evaluation. So long. Really? I think we have a long.
For specific.
You're not aware of any findings in the NAS report that has led to questioning of the value and scientific objectivity of such evidence?
For specifically identifying a bite mark to an individual that might have inflicted the bite mark, I think that's what that applies to.
Okay, I'm not asking, again, this is a report. Are you familiar with it or are you not familiar?
I'm familiar with a summary or a abstract of a report that indicates that forensic odontology is not is deemed not reliable when it comes to that particular narrow aspect of forensic odontology.
And so you're not familiar with it. Also, talking about sample data and collection, analyses of these, interpretation and reporting of results. You're not familiar with those areas of the NAS report as well?
What specifically, do you have a specific question about that, or?
My first question was whether or not you're familiar with the report. You indicated that you weren't.
I did not read the report.
Mr. Lally, let the witness answer one question at a time, one speaker at a time. Doctor, can you answer that question?
Sure. I did not read that report.
Okay. Now, you had written some articles that you were asked about in reference to dog bites or canine dog bites in the emergency department. Is that correct?
Yes, co-authored.
Something that you published or authored or co-authored sometime in the late 1990s. Is that right?
Correct.
And in that instance, you talk about law enforcement dogs and a bite and a hold technique, correct?
Yes.
Now, part of the reason in writing that article had to do with sort of the applied forces and the unique spectrum of injuries from those kind of dog bites. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that spectrum of injuries would include deep puncture wounds. Is that right?
They can, yes.
Severe crush injuries. Is that right?
Correct.
Large tissue avulsions and lacerations. Is that right?
Yes.
Wounds necessitating surgical debridement. Is that right?
Yes.
Bony injuries ranging from cortical violations to displaced fractures. Is that right?
Yes.
Her other area of expertise is police, she writes, abuse. That's her other area of expertise. So that's on her CV online.
Neurovascular damage. Is that right?
Yes.
And other wounds at high risk for infection, correct?
Correct. But we also put a disclaimer in that article.
I'm not asking you about any disclaimer.
Okay.
I'm asking you about what type of injuries that you were looking at. Is that correct?
Yes, but we saw a skewed population.
You skewed population in a study, is that correct?
What we saw the worst of the worst.
Or no?
Yes.
Skewed population in the study.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
The population.
Did we skew? No, we reported on all the ones that presented to the emergency room for care. However, a lot of dog bites don't present to the emergency room.
And so from the different cases that you report on within that article, are there any of those cases in which there is injuries to just one aspect of one part of the human body for the victims of dog attacks or dog bites in those cases?
There may have been. That's a summary of the 700 cases, more than 700 cases.
That's a good point. So he's supposed to bite and scratch just the arm and no other part. I mean, if they viciously attack and really do damage, they do harsh damage, but not if they're constantly biting and grabbing, they're only going to grab one part. That's an interesting question I wouldn't have thought of.
Is it normal in any kind of animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm of the person that's being attacked, clawed, or bitten?
There are many people who are bitten or scratched.
I'm asking if it's normal, ma'am. That's all I'm
Okay,
asking.
so hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Lally, ask a question, wait for the answer, and then start a next question. Do not interrupt the witness.
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm asking for an answer response to the question.
So this is something that the judge does constantly, humiliate Lally in front of the jury, asking him to speak up in this really annoyed way. She can get a little annoyed with Alan Jackson, but Lally seems to take the brunt of this stuff. And he always apologizes, profusely. But what she's talking about is they can't talk over each other because there's a court reporter there who has to write it all down.
So
I was coming in there, I was like, oh my God, this guy. Yeah. No jokes, Joe.
Okay, we're back. Looks like from break about to start. Bunny Sango says Judge Canone may be annoying in the courtroom, but she's got a shot at being an ASMR queen. Funny. She does have a pretty voice. Thanks so much.
All rise for the court, please.
Heisenberg says she's backed herself into a corner, I guess meaning Dr. Marie Russell. Interesting.
What are they called?
My apologies.
That's okay. I didn't realize when I came in. Do you want to wait for co-counsel? I'm sorry.
I'm ready.
Okay. All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back, Dr. Russell. We've mentioned briefly the term differential diagnosis, and you have defined what that term means. In terms of assessing and treating dog-inflicted human wounds, do you invoke differential diagnosis?
Yes.
And could you describe how do you invoke the concept of differential diagnosis with respect to assessing and treating dog-inflicted human wounds?
With any wound that I see and with any condition that I see in the emergency department, I usually get an impression what I think it is, but it's important to think of what else it could be. So you don't focus in on your diagnosis right away or your first impression, because sometimes it's not accurate. And so it's very important to have what we call in medicine a differential diagnosis. This is what I think it is, but this is what it could be, and why isn't it this second thing or third thing?
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You can press *6. You are unmuted.
Should I wait, Your Honor?
No, I think you're all set. All set, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
May I continue? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. How important or unimportant is the application of differential diagnosis with respect to pattern wound recognition regarding dog bites on humans?
It's important in a lot of conditions, including pattern wounds and dog bites, because you need to know, or at least I as a physician need to know what it is. What it is I'm going to be looking, what is it that I'm looking at, and what is it that I'm going to be treating? And I need to make sure that I'm not treating the wrong condition.
Let's now go to the topic of the materials you have considered in this matter. Without stating what it is, have you been able to form an opinion as to the source and nature of the wounds that were inflicted on the decedent?
Yes.
What materials did you consider in forming your opinion?
Well, I looked at the appearance of the wounds, and with my training and experience, I took that all into consideration. I did do a differential diagnosis on what those wounds could be. You know, could they be caused by an assault? Could they be caused by a motor vehicle? Could it be caused by, you know, self-inflicted? I went through that whole differential before I came to my conclusion.
Did you look at any photographs of the decedent from Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes.
Did you look at the autopsy report of the decedent?
Yes.
Did you look at the grand jury testimony of Dr. Scordi-Bello?
Yes.
Did you look at the trial testimony of Dr. Scordi-Bello?
Yes.
Did you look at autopsy photographs of the decedent?
Yes.
Did you look at the photographs that were taken by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Yes.
Did those photos include a sweatshirt or what's sometimes referred to a hoodie?
Yes.
And were there photos of that sweatshirt or hoodie that you looked at?
Yes.
Did you look at a letter from Tracy Kennedy with the town of Canton with a report regarding a German Shepherd owned by Brian Albert?
Yes.
Did you look at the photographs of dog bites and a certificate of vaccination for Brian Albert's former German Shepherd dog?
Yes.
Did you look at the forensic DNA testing report by the UC Davis Veterinary Genetics Laboratory?
Yes.
Did you look at the UC Davis Veterinary Genetic Laboratory case report?
Yes.
Did you look at a report from a Paul Mikowski, a licensed private investigator, on interviews regarding Brian Albert's German Shepherd dog?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion with regard to the nature and source of the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
Those wounds were inflicted by a dog attack.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
How did you form that opinion?
Well, I utilized my many years of training experience with wounds in general and dog bites in specific, and went over the materials quite a few times. And with that, and plus read up on some literature that I had read in the past and reread again. And that's how I came to the opinion.
Now to get a little bit more specific, did you invoke your pattern recognition methodology in coming to that opinion?
You have to ask it differently.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you employ a methodology in coming to that opinion?
Yes.
What was the methodology or one of the methodologies in coming to that opinion?
Well, right away, it was apparent that there was a pattern. So I used my the pattern recognition methodology, plus my many years of training experience to come to this conclusion.
And with regard to the pattern recognition, do you have a level of certainty with regard to the pattern that you have recognized in the decedent's wounds on his right arm?
Yes.
What is that level of certainty or certitude?
Those wounds are highly characteristic of a dog attack.
How frequent in your experience do you find in wound care that a wound pattern is highly characteristic of a certain source?
I object to a percentage type question.
Can you answer that question, Doctor?
I'm not sure I even understand it.
So ask it differently.
Thank you. When you use the phrase highly characteristic, what do you mean by that phrase?
Well, it's very high. If I were to give a percentage,
Please continue.
I would say almost pathognomonic, 90, very high 90s.
Now let's go to differential diagnosis. Did you perform a differential diagnosis in coming to your opinion?
Yes.
What other considerations did you take into account as to possible other causes of the injuries to the right arm of the decedent?
Well, given the pattern, there were certain things that came to mind right away that I had to rule out, and so I ruled out self-inflicted as an etiology. I don't think he self-inflicted those. The pattern was not characteristic of being struck by a motor vehicle. The pattern was not characteristic of those wounds in particular on the arm of being inflicted by another person.
You mentioned motor vehicle accident, and earlier in your testimony, you spoke to your experience with observing and treating a lot of motor vehicle accidents. Why did you rule out motor vehicle accident as a potential cause of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Because he was found outdoors.
And what other reasons? Was there anything about the nature of what was presented in what you reviewed with regard to his injuries that caused you to rule out motor vehicle accident?
I think I misunderstood the previous question.
So, yeah.
Yes. So.
Let me start over.
Yes.
Because I am going to take what you said. So let me ask it this way. What caused you to rule out a motor vehicle accident as a cause of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
There were several reasons I ruled it out very quickly. One is that the wounds were not characteristic of anything that I could attribute to a motor vehicle, a certain part of the motor vehicle, the underneath part of the motor vehicle. They were just not characteristic of any particular part of the motor vehicle. Secondly, there were no bruises from the neck down on his body. There was a mark on the hand, which I think I have an explanation for that.
Please.
Which was not a motor vehicle, but I didn't see any bruises or fractures or other blunt injuries that were characteristic of a person being struck by a motor vehicle. And if I could add to that?
Please.
We, at the coroner's office forensic pathology program, was specifically trained on how to recognize not only, if someone was struck by a vehicle, but to even recognize further about what types of vehicles would inflict, what types of wounds, and the locations that we should look for on the body for wounds for someone that's struck by a motor vehicle.
Have you ever taught, in all your career that you were discussing earlier today, how to assess whether an injury to a human has been caused by a motor vehicle?
Yes.
Describe how you taught that in your career.
Well, again, it's oftentimes a pattern. So, for instance, a wound on a certain part of the leg, certain number of inches up from the foot of the leg, could be the result of a bumper, for instance. So we were taught to look for certain patterns and locations of injuries. Also, injury from glass, has a certain pattern, automobile glass, and road rash has another pattern. So,
what are the features of glass from your experience with regard to motor vehicle accidents regarding injuries to humans?
Well, they often cause what we call dicing injuries, which are another pattern of injuries and lacerations.
Have you made that diagnosis that you just described as an emergency room physician?
Yes.
Have you made that diagnosis as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Describe how you've made that diagnosis as a forensic pathologist with a post-mortem individual.
So again, it's pattern recognition.
One moment, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you need the question repeated?
No,
Please.
it's pattern recognition.
And can you give an approximation of how many years of experience you have had with that pattern recognition that you just described?
At least 30.
And how often in the 30 years, by year estimate, have you made that assessment?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe once every year or two.
So would it be correct 30 to 60 times? Let me rephrase it. How many times would you, based upon what you just said, estimate that you've made that assessment?
At least 15 times.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with exhibits?
Sure, just show counsel what you're showing.
Counsel has all the
Just tell
exhibits.
what
If I
you-
could just tell Mr.
Yes, you
Bennett?
can approach, just show it as you walk up. Yes.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, I have just handed you what is marked as Exhibit 2 in evidence. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I've seen it many times. It was a part of the records that were provided to me, the photos.
Is that true and accurate?
This, yes.
Well, okay.
Of what I've seen, yes.
Right. So what I'd like to do is, Your Honor, may I publish that exhibit?
Yes, is it ready to come up, Ms. Gilman? Or they're going to do it? Okay, sure.
No, I don't want to. I want this.
All right, so okay.
I just want to make sure we have Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, the numbers seem to be different. So Diane, I'm going
That's
to
it.
need from you the list of, so what is this?
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, to make sure, and I'll get it.
Sure,
right in order?
my numbers are different, so I'm going to need to see the list of the exhibits so that I can remark what I have.
Right. So what I wanted to do is to go to 4. That's the one I wanted to go to.
Okay.
And
Are 4 and 2 the same?
no, they're different, Your Honor. And if I could I approach the slide, please? Your Honor, to get this?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan?
So white noise filling the courtroom. Does anybody know what that commotion was that they had to stop from?
So for purposes of an appellate record, we're now going to look at what's been marked as Exhibit 5.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I appreciate Mr. Brendan's cooperation in getting to this point. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize what is now depicted on the TV screen, which is marked as Exhibit 5?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
because I see a very distinct pattern of wounds.
And have you reviewed this exact photograph before?
Yes,
You have mentioned the various types before of characteristics you called highly characteristics of a dog wound and dog inflicted wound. What I would like you to do, please, do you have a pointer?
I do.
Can you please test to make sure it works?
Yes. Okay. It works.
What I'd like you to do in your own words and with the court's permission, I would like you to use the pointer and go through with whatever method you believe is appropriate to describe each of those wounds and how you assess them.
Okay. So we will go from the shoulder area down to make it easy. So, first of all, the overall impression is there's numerous abrasions and that they have a pattern to them. One can see that many of them are parallel in nature.
Can you use the pointer? I'm not.
Yes.
Maybe,
So
yeah, I wasn't seeing it. Thank you.
okay. So for instance, the set of wounds closest to the shoulder up here, and these, by the way, are all on the posterior surface of the arm, posterior. And maybe this part is a little bit towards the medial, the lateral portion of the arm. But they all have so they're parallel. They're linear, meaning they look like a line, or they're not round. Or these are not round. And so these. Do you want me my interpretation, or do you want me to just describe?
Just stick with those. And then what I'd like you to do is you've described them. You've said linear, etc. Have you completed your description of them before you get to how you reached a conclusion as to the source of that area you just did a circle around? Have you completed your description of them?
Yes, I've completed my description. How I came to the conclusion involves all of them.
Okay, so now let's then move, before you get to a conclusion, let's move to, in whatever manner you would like, the next wounds and how you assess those.
Okay. So, and by the way, on this first set, there's a very, very faint linear abrasion between these two prominent linear abrasions. Okay. Proceeding down the arm towards the elbow, we have another set of wounds, which consist of parallel abrasions. This time it looks like there's two in the more anterior portion of that lateral aspect of the arm, and then another linear abrasion down below here, as well as a superficial punctate or round tiny lesion below
What do you
it.
mean by punctate?
Punctate, I mean small and round. And there may be another punctate lesion right there. So that's this group. Proceeding down the arm, there is this irregular group here of multiple 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 linear abrasions at least, and then 2, possibly 3 punctate wounds below them. And this is right over the elbow area. And there might, yes.
You mentioned irregular with regard to some of those wounds. Why do you describe them as irregular? And is there any significance to them being irregular? Don't go to your conclusion yet. Just you use the term irregular, and I want to make sure the record's clear what you mean by that.
Okay. Well, so a few of these individual wounds have some linear or line-like component, but then as you proceed further down the arm and just below the elbow, there's a couple of wounds here that do not look like a line. So that's what I meant by irregular. So that's this pattern here in total around the elbow. Then further down the arm, there's two punctate wounds again, right here.
Go slow and say this is punctate wound number 1, this is punctate wound number 2 with circling the waist.
Okay, here's one, punctate wound number 1, and here is number 2.
Why is each of those a punctate wound? Because they look to have a slightly different shape.
Oh, very good question. Because there was movement. There was movement of the either the dog or the the inflicting teeth, either the dog or the victim. There was movement. Okay. Then there is this group, which are again irregular, because they're I'm calling them irregular because they're not shaped like a line. And it appears that there's also some what we call movement artifact on those.
When you mention irregular, does that mean it's uncharacteristic or characteristic of a dog?
It means neither of those.
Good, thank you.
Okay. And then finally, the furthest down the arm is this grouping of linear, I'm going to call them linear because they're line-like, but they, so linear abrasions, which appear to have a somewhat semicircular appearance, a configuration, and the direction is slightly different. The angle of these linear lacerations are just ever so slightly different than the ones above the elbow.
Is there a medical term that's used to describe the location of those wounds that you just spoke about?
So they're on the posterior forearm.
And is there a medical term for the forearm location down here? Or is it just, you just refer to it as location? No special.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so please continue.
So those are the wounds of the arm, which is above the elbow, and the forearm, which is below the elbow.
Can you now proceed with regard to each of those wounds or categories of wounds to describe what aspect of dog dentition caused those wounds?
I believe that the ones closest to the shoulder, the two large linear wounds, were caused by the canine teeth, the upper canine teeth of the dog.
What are upper canine teeth of the dog?
Well, the canine teeth are the ones that seem to be most prominent when you look at a dog's mouth. They're triangular, the sort of triangular shape. We humans also have canine teeth.
Okay.
But they are the teeth that, for the most part, grab onto an object.
Please proceed to the rest in
Okay.
terms of describing the dog dentition with regard to each wound.
I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these. They could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this, and then an adjacent incisor tooth, but I'm not sure on the second set. So this is the set that's just above the elbow. However, what is interesting and certain is that there's an upper set and a lower set. So this mark was an upper tooth. This is a lower tooth.
So even though you may not be able to identify the specific aspect of the dog dentition, you're able to identify that it is from some aspect of the dog dentition. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Please proceed.
This one this is the most complicated one, because I believe that this set here I believe that those linear wounds and the irregular wounds are from upper teeth, and the punctate wounds are punctures or incomplete punctures from lower teeth. And the reason this whole configuration looks irregular is because the elbow may have been in a different position than it is in this photograph.
What do you mean by a different position? Describe it using your own forearm.
Okay. Well, the elbow was.
Sorry, Your Honor. This is for the court. Can you see it here, or would you prefer she stands up?
It's better if you stand.
Oh,
okay. Well, you know what? I'll come to you. You stay. Go ahead. Show me. Okay. So you. Okay.
Yeah, I would like you to describe what you just meant of the location you believe that the decedent's arm was in when those wounds were suffered. Please stand up. Thank you.
So in this picture, the elbow is, for the most part, somewhat extended. It's not bent as much as it could be, and it is not bent as it was likely as he was protecting himself from the wounds.
So you're saying, just so we understand,
I'm going to strike that. Just describe the placement of the arm.
Okay. Well, so the elbow bends, as we all know. And so the skin of the elbow is in a different location depending on whether the elbow is bent or not. So anything that's inflicted will depend on the position that the elbow was in when it was inflicted. I hope that clarified. Okay.
Yep, please proceed.
Okay. So this is one set, the ones around the elbow. Then there is, going a little further down the arm, there is another set of wounds. The two punctate and irregular wounds halfway down the forearm.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You may sit down if it's more.
Hold on, wait till you change.
Thank you, Your
Oh,
Honor.
yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then finally, there's this area down here, which is the closest to the wrist. And there are at least 3 or 4 parallel abrasions there. And it looks like a punctate wound down here. These, I believe, were inflicted by the front of the arch of the dog.
Have you completed your articulation of the assessment of each of the wounds on the arm?
I think so.
In some of your answers, you said irregular, could be. If you use those terms, are you still nonetheless able to conclude whether there is a pattern wound here?
Yes. So the individual marks are characteristic of, possibly more than one cause. However, the combination of the overall series of patterns is highly characteristic of a dog inflicted.
So are you saying that one specific wound could be indicative of a dog-inflicted wound, but the whole pattern itself is how you reach the conclusion?
Yes.
Sustained.
Describe how you conclude. Well, let me go walk backwards. What do you conclude from the pattern of all of these wounds collectively?
These were inflicted by a dog, and this was a dog attack.
And why do you say it was a dog attack?
Because there are multiple bites here.
Do you observe any claw marks with regard to the injuries?
It's possible that this set immediately above the elbow could be claw marks. However, I don't think so on further examination because I see some punctate lesions which suggest that those are also teeth.
In forming the opinions and conclusions you just testified to as to the nature and source of this pattern of wounds, did you apply any techniques or analysis that you would use as an emergency room physician?
Yes.
Describe how.
Again, I looked at the wounds and I looked to determine if there's anything else that could inflict that pattern of wounds that were inflicted around the same time. And there is nothing else that I am aware of that could do that.
How did you, did you determine that those wounds occurred approximately the same time, each of those wounds?
Yes.
How did you determine that?
By the appearance of the wounds, the color, yes.
Anything else about the
color? The fact that there's no healing, yes.
In conducting your differential diagnosis, how did you rule out a motor vehicle accident as a cause of those injuries?
Again, I did not recognize the pattern as being inflicted by any particular part of a motor vehicle. The motor vehicle accident would have caused injuries to other parts of the body, such as the chest and the other parts. There would be bruises. Motor vehicle accidents cause bruises, fractures sometimes. There were no other injuries like that.
Did you reach any opinion or conclusion as to when these injuries were suffered, meaning pre-mortem or post-mortem?
They're pre-mortem wounds.
How did you determine these wounds were pre-mortem wounds, and specify what you mean by pre-mortem?
So pre-mortem means before death. They occurred before death. And the reason I can tell that they're pre-mortem wounds is because they have what we call a vital reaction. Post-mortem wounds, so vital reaction means that there was life in the body at the time that these wounds were inflicted. And a post-mortem wounds look very different because there is no blood flow that occurs post-mortem, so they don't get the vital reaction.
Is it an accepted methodology in the practice of medicine to observe a post-mortem photograph of wounds in reaching a conclusion as to the source and nature of the wounds?
Yes.
And why is that an accepted practice?
Well, first of all, it's realistic. The wounds appear the same in this case and in many cases. And then the other thing is because autopsy is a finite period of time, 1 or 2 hour period of time on a certain day, and other physicians can't always be at the autopsy.
So is it common or uncommon for forensic pathologists to use photography to determine the source and nature of a wound such as this?
Common.
How common?
Very common.
This may seem like an obvious question, but did you use photographs in forming your opinion?
Yes.
Did you use any ante-mortem photographs of the decedent's right arm in forming your opinion?
No.
Did you observe any hospital records of photographs of the decedent ante-mortem?
Ante-mortem?
Yes.
I don't believe so. I
So-
believe they were all post-mortem. They're right after the resuscitation attempt.
Is it an accepted practice in the emergency room medical community to also use photographs in assessing the nature and source of wounds?
Well, usually the emergency physician's right there.
But in terms of your understood, and is that the best way to assess it?
Yes.
But is it an acceptable way to look at a photograph to assess the source and nature of wounds?
Yes.
And do you remember the COVID world we all lived under?
Yes.
In the COVID world that we all lived under, did physicians sort of accelerate or increase their use of photos in diagnosis, or did they decrease their use of photographs?
I cannot comment.
Let's go to let's go to these wounds. Did you make an assessment as to whether these wounds would have changed at any time from when they were incurred to when that photograph was taken?
Well, I certainly took that into account, and I decided that because, well, basically the answer is no, they wouldn't have changed because the decedent was found in a very cold condition, which was 80.1 degrees when taken. And even at the autopsy, the medical examiner commented in the report that the body was cold to touch. And cold delays postmortem change. So there was really no significant postmortem change of the skin.
Your Honor, may I approach Ms. Gilman for the next photo to make sure we do this efficiently with Mr. Brennan?
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 4?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, do you?
You know what? Actually, take it down for just a
Oh,
minute.
that's right. Yes, I'm sorry.
Take it down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. I'll see counsel.
Judge Canone must be asking how long are you going to draw this out? It's just getting self-indulgent at this point. Ridiculous. Half of free Karen Reed is cleared out. Just imagine lying about a murder victim like this. It's just disgusting. I mean, ugh. It's like we're all listening to her imaginings.
So, Dr. Russell, I understand that it was inadvertent, but we're not going to publish that photo. Did not allow it published during the trial. Jurors is one thing, but also the dignity to Mr. O'Keefe. So you can look at the photo. It's unfortunate that it was put up and published. So you will have it in front of you, okay?
I'll have what?
You'll have it in front of you, just
Okay.
not up on the
Oh,
screen.
okay.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. I am handing the witness exhibits 3 and 4.
Okay.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Russell, please keep those 2 exhibits down on your lap. Don't even put them up on the top.
I think they're in a good spot. Yes, they're in a good spot. They're not on her lap, but they're not visible to everyone.
That's what I wanted to make sure of. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize exhibits 3 and 4?
Yes.
Are you able to determine whether exhibits 3 and 4 are antemortem or postmortem?
They're postmortem.
Is there any way for you to determine by the nature of the linens in that photo whether they're antemortem or postmortem?
By the nature of what?
The linens under.
Oh, the linens? Well, not definitively.
Okay. So are the wounds depicted in exhibits 3 and 4 the same or substantially the same as the exhibit we were publishing?
The same.
You approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
I am now on
Okay. I have it as 4, but that's okay. Okay, so I need that list. Do the list of the exhibits.
Your Honor, what happened was once I brought
Sure, come on over. All right, go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, in coming to your opinion, did you examine an autopsy report?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I am approaching with Exhibit 3.
Okay.
The autopsy report of autopsy. Yes, sir. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize Exhibit 3?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a report of autopsy on Mr. John O'Keefe, medical examiner number 2022-1697.
Did you consider that medical examiner's analysis in Exhibit 3 informing your opinion?
Yes.
And how did you consider Exhibit 3 informing your opinion?
Well, there was a description of the abrasions of the forearm and arm.
I'm sorry, which forearm and arm?
Right, I'm sorry, right. Right forearm and arm, yes.
And what about the autopsy report did you consider in that analysis of that part of the autopsy report?
Dr. Scortabelli description of the wounds.
And what was Dr. Scortabelli's description of the wounds? And feel free to read from the autopsy report.
Okay. Do you want me to read the descriptions?
Whatever it is you considered with regard to the injuries to the right arm of the deceased.
Well, she described what basically I just described, although she had some measurements.
Your Honor, may we republish the correct photo that we had up on the screen so the doctor can
Yes.
refer to it in. Thank you.
Yes.
It's going to be number 5.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 5 photo?
Yes, Ms. Gilman's doing it, I believe.
Ms. Gilman, are you all set with what you, thank you. And thank you for putting that back up on the screen. May I proceed, Your Honor? Dr. Russell, in reading from the autopsy report, can you read it and then determine whether there's any relation to what is being discussed in the autopsy report to what is in that photo?
Well, the doctor just.
I think he was asking her what she based her opinion on the reference to the medical exam report, not to compare it by reading. So I have an objection to simply reading through it and trying to interpret what the ME thought.
So rephrase your question.
Sure, thank you. Please read from the autopsy report the relevant portions related to Dr. Scortabelli's analysis of the right arm.
Again, I object. It's not the ME's opinion. It's whether she relied on the information and how so.
I'll agree. Did you rely upon what is in the autopsy report to support your opinion as to the nature and source of the wounds in the right arm?
Yes.
What did you rely upon in that report to support your opinion with regard to the nature and source of the wounds?
The description of the wounds at autopsy.
And what was that? What is that description that you relied upon?
It says here, multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters.
What page are you on, Doctor?
I'm sorry, page 3.
Okay.
Under the area that says injuries.
Okay.
And then in the subsection that says extremities. It's the second bullet point there.
Okay.
Multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Roughly how many autopsy reports have you authored in your career?
Authored?
Yes.
Over 500.
How many autopsy reports that you have not written have you reviewed?
At least 100.
What conclusions do you reach from that description that you just read with regard to whether that is a description or not of a pattern in the report?
Exactly.
So you ask it a little bit differently.
Dr. Russell, what do you conclude from reading that section of the autopsy report with regard to the nature of the wounds, the total wounds depicted on what's up on the screen?
Well, it substantiated my observation based on the pictures.
What is the observation first? And then second, how did it substantiate your observation?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
Did you, make sure I understood your answer, did you state that that section of the report substantiated your conclusions as to the nature and source of the injuries?
It substantiated my observations.
And
yes.
okay, what observations did it substantiate?
Well, there are, as the doctor wrote, multiple abrasions and in certain measure between 2 and 3 millimeters up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm. That's exactly what I see there.
So is it your judgment that Dr. Scordi-Bello made the same observations of these wounds as you did?
Multiple objections.
Yeah, the objection's sustained.
With regard to well, we've covered what we needed to cover with regard to that aspect of the autopsy report. Was there anything else in the autopsy report that spoke to the nature or source of those wounds?
Not that comes to mind.
So, did the medical examiner, Dr. Scordi-Bello, in that report reach any conclusions about the nature and source of the wounds that are depicted on Exhibit 5?
Not in this report.
So, not in that report. Now we're going to now move on to the next topic. Did you consider DNA evidence in this case?
Yes.
How, if at all, did the DNA, well, what DNA evidence did you consider in this case pertinent to the injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
I considered the reports from the UC, University of California at Davis lab regarding the DNA evidence.
What training and experience do you have with regard to DNA evidence?
Not very much.
With regard to what you, well, describe what your DNA experience is.
Well, I'm aware that you have to maintain continuity of evidence. So you have to sample the appropriate area. And then you have to maintain continuity of evidence until that evidence gets to the laboratory for analysis.
How do you have experience, training, or knowledge with regard to the topics you just testified to?
Well, several ways. One was that I took a course when I was a police officer in crime scene investigation, and that was stressed, continuity of evidence. Secondly, I was sent to a course as the rape officer, the rape investigator, I should say, in the Malden Police Department. I was sent to a course in Brockton entitled Rape Investigation, and they stressed continuity of evidence that was obtained from victims. And then finally, of course, as a emergency doctor and forensic pathologist, I received additional training.
How, if at all, did well, let me ask you, did you review the UC Davis Veterinary Genetics DNA report in coming to your opinions and conclusions with regard to the wounds on the decedent's right arm?
I did.
And what conclusions did you reach?
The same conclusion.
And what is that?
That those injuries were inflicted by a dog.
Are you aware of the results of the DNA testing of the UC Davis facility?
Yes.
What are you aware of?
I'm aware that DNA was not found.
And
excuse me, let me clarify that. I'm aware that dog DNA was not found.
And does the conclusion in your opinion determine whether or not those wounds were caused by a dog?
No.
Why?
Because I don't know anything about how the specimen was sampled. First of all, none of the samplings came from the arm of Mr. O'Keefe itself.
What do you mean by sampling?
The samples, the swabs that were performed and sent to the laboratory, none of them came from the arm of the decedent. Secondly, I don't know anything about how the samples were actually obtained from the evidence and what the state of the evidence was, if they actually sampled the correct area. I don't know if there was any continuity of evidence. And then finally, any test can have a false negative result. So the absence of canine DNA does not mean that the canine DNA did not exist. It just means that they didn't capture it.
To your recollection, did the autopsy report of the medical examiner, Dr. Scorty Bello, reach any conclusions with regard to dog DNA evidence?
The autopsy report, no.
Is there any mention whatsoever in the autopsy report about dog DNA testing or analysis?
No.
Do you have any information that the medical examiner assessed dog DNA at all in the autopsy report?
I didn't see anything like that.
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to start with publication, and I'm going to have several exhibits that I would request your permission to publish, and I would appreciate starting with the Commonwealth's Exhibit 8. And I want to make sure Your Honor is aligned with the exhibit book with the numbering, and I'll do that in any manner. If you want me to put 8 up, or you want me to come sidebar and show you what we have.
If these are all in order from the Commonwealth's photos, go ahead and put it up. And if you do know the number, let me know.
Number 8.
Okay.
And I believe Mr. Brennan and I are aligned on the numbering. This is what is 8.
Okay.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 8 on the TV screen?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
because I've seen it before.
And have you seen it before in your assessment of the nature and cause of the deceit?
No.
Well, how have you assessed Exhibit 8 before today?
Before today,
Have you assessed Exhibit 8 at all?
I've seen that picture.
Do you have an assessment as to what you observed in Exhibit 8? Do you have an observation about Exhibit 8?
Yes,
What is your observation?
they appear to be blue jeans. They appear to have certain stains labeled with a small ruler, and I don't know the nature of the stains.
Is there anything with regard to Exhibit 8 that you believe is pertinent to assessing whether or not any injury from Mr. O'Keefe was sourced from a dog attack?
I can't tell.
Can we go to Exhibit 9, please? And if we could just, I'm sorry, Ms. Gannon, if we go back to 8. Is there anything in the autopsy report of the medical examiner of the Commonwealth that speaks to Exhibit 8 in terms of the assessment that the medical examiner made in the autopsy report?
I don't recall seeing anything in the autopsy report regarding that, but if you can direct me to a certain area.
Oh,
I can look at it.
that's fine. So, thank you, Ms. Gannon. If we could go to Exhibit 9 with the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize Exhibit 9?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I've seen that image many times.
And what is that image?
Well, it appears to be a hoodie, sweatshirt, hoodie-style sweatshirt. It's got multiple dark stains on the sweatshirt. There appears to be a large tear through the middle of it, which I believe was probably caused in the emergency room, because that's
Why do you believe it was probably caused in the emergency room?
because I've made those kinds of cuts in clothing before, having to get access to a patient.
Right. So what is the
that's
purpose of
commonplace.
making a cut like that on a piece of clothing, given your understanding of the nature of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
He was in a very emergent situation, and they needed to get access to his body right away. So that's why they didn't have time to undress him. They just did the fastest thing, which is cut the clothing.
Do you have any other observations with regard to Exhibit 9 pertinent to your analysis?
Yes, there are multiple areas, particularly in the right sleeve.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Your Honor, may she use the laser pointer?
Yes.
Thank you.
There are multiple areas, particularly in the right sleeve.
I don't think your laser has yet hit. There we go.
that are labeled with triangular white signs, which are pointing to individual holes in the sleeve. And there were 11 of them that I saw on the sleeve, and there are 2 others on the chest area.
Have you, in your experience, assessed changes to clothing in determining the nature and source of those types of changes to clothing?
Yes. So
describe how.
Oh, clothing is important sometimes to determine more information about how a wound was inflicted. So, for instance, it's used in determining gunshot wound entry, exit, direction, etc. I've used it in stab wound cases where, again, determining where the stab wounds were and if they were offensive or defensive type wounds. So yes, and in this case, they have significance.
And what is the significance in this?
Well, these wounds are primarily on the right arm, which corresponds to the injuries that were on the decedent, the right arm. And furthermore, most of those wounds, when you enlarge that photograph, are small puncture wounds, very small. And what's interesting about them, to me, is that in many of those wounds, the fibers, the clothing fibers, are actually headed out of the wound.
And what significance, if any, is it to you that the direction of the fibers are coming, as you described it, outside?
Well, it's very significant because, in training, we learned that we had to look at direction, for instance, of tissue and fibers to determine if a gunshot wound was an entry or an exit. Now, gunshot wounds, they only do one of those 2 things through the same hole. They either enter or exit. But in this case, we have fibers exiting the wound, which means that the offending object exited the wound. So the teeth exited the wound.
Objection.
Sustained.
You mentioned the word offending object. How did you, without stating what it is, did you eventually determine what was the, as you call it, offending object? You mean offending object, what caused this change to the clothing? Is that what you mean when you say offending object?
Yes.
Okay. How did you assess what was the offending object that caused the change to the clothing as depicted in that right arm of the hoodie? Maybe that's in the form of a question.
Sustained. Just ask it differently, please.
Did you have a methodology to determine the cause of those changes to the hoodie sweatshirt?
Yes.
What was that methodology that you deployed?
So I looked at the location of those holes. I looked at the location of the wounds on the decedent. And although they're not exactly in the same location because clothing moves, they are generally in the same location of the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay, with that, we're going to recess. I know that this is taking longer than you anticipated. Do you have any idea how much longer? And I'm not rushing you, Mr. Alessi, just do you know how much longer you might be?
Your Honor, my best estimate is 30 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, do you have any idea how long you might be?
At least a few hours.
Jim?
Quiet, please. Still on the record, folks. Still on the record.
All right, I'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Clock here, Anna?
Yes.
This is ridiculously and long. It was indulgent about 2 hours ago. Now I don't even know what to call it. But boy, do I dislike Dr. Russell from this questioning. There's a quality I didn't see. I don't know. I don't know if I was paying attention enough, or last time she just seemed so goofy and ridiculous and just like a woman who'd read a paper and got in on a high profile trial, desperate for money. But now I see that just like this callous quality, just zero, just out for herself, out to get the money she can get, zero empathy for John O'Keefe's family and what her testimony might do to him, and total concern with herself and her own career. Just, I can see why all her patients, she wanted to deal with dead patients, because she certainly isn't sensitive to the living. See if this goes on. I don't know what's the other feed copped out. Nobody thought that this was go this long, and she's like, your best estimate, give us your best estimate, Judge Canoni said to Roberta Glass, Karen Reed's pro bono lawyer. He said 45 minutes. He said 45 minutes like two hours ago. So your best estimate stinks, dude. I don't know what to say. So if the feed continues on, if I can find it somewhere, I'll definitely play it. But I think the local, I don't know. I don't know about the local feeds. We'll see where we can find them. Karen Reed, WJAR has gone black. So as for our poll, what's our poll read? Will Marie Russell's questioning ever end? 84% says no. Doesn't it seem like it? I think I'll keep that one up. All right. I think I'm going to just play, as I did before, some of my earlier episodes, my earlier episode on Dr. Marie Russell. I hate to even call her doctor. We'll begin right where we left off. Here. Hold on, let me share my screen. And I'll see you guys at 2 p.m. I mean, let's see actually how you guys are feeling. He said 30 minutes. He said 45 the first time, and that was 2 hours ago. Wasn't it? I'm only going to be 45 more minutes. Here we are at 1 o'clock. That was before 11:30. So a few hours at least. Is Pat? Hey, Patty. I love Patty. Patty's Playhouse. If you don't know that channel, check it out. It was a great show the other night. I caught it. I have to comment on it. It's good. Doctor of Stupidity, Taterbug says. I can't stand her. I'm just growing this like deep distaste and dislike for her as she testifies. That's how I'm feeling. I don't know how everyone else is feeling. Okay. See you guys at 2.
No. Say anything about whether it occurred inside the house, outside of the house, anything like that?
No.
As far as you mentioned some of the different things that you reviewed over the course of your testimony, for the preparation of your testimony, both prior to Tuesday and between Tuesday and today, any of those things contain any forensic reports or phone examinations or anything else related to this case?
Could you repeat that? What kind of examination? Phone?
Any of the materials that you reviewed, whether it be prior, sometime between May 17th and Tuesday, or anything that you reviewed between Tuesday and today, did any of those materials that you reviewed contain any sort of forensic reports or anything beyond the UC days?
Yes, I saw a photograph.
You saw photographs. And to that point, you never actually saw Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct? You just saw photographs?
That's true.
And with respect to the UC Davis report, as far as canine DNA, are you aware that the results of that were that there was no canine DNA on Mr. O'Keefe, on swabbings that were sent to the UC Davis lab?
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, but there was clothing in between.
Okay, but the swabbings came from the clothing with tears in the
Okay.
clothing in the same area as the injuries, correct?
She should know that. That is a really key, terrible point for the defense. She should know where these swabs came from. And she no dog DNA. She still wants her paycheck. She's gonna no dog hair. I mean, I have 2 cats. I walk around with so much cat hair, invest in so many cat hair brushes. And John O'Keefe, thankfully, was a neat freak and didn't even pick up anyone else's dog hair or cat hair or any animal. Oh, probably ate a hot dog or some piece of pork that's what they got a little bit on his shirt. That's they detected pig. I'm so surprised. Pig DNA. So surprised they didn't go with wild pig, wild boar running around Canton, Massachusetts. I mean, that's the caliber of defense we're dealing with at this point. It's so absurd. It was such a gift. These defense witnesses, one after another, to the Commonwealth. They would have done so much better just ending with their cross-examinations and ending it. This made them look like cheap hired guns, hiring more hired guns to go up for the defense. That's what these lawyers look like. And you notice what I pointed out on Twitter, and I pointed out in my live, and I think it's worth repeating, is that in Yanetti's opening, he says, the Commonwealth is going to present their case, because he knew at that time what a compelling case it was. You're going to hear a lot of evidence, 8 weeks worth of evidence, 8 weeks worth of evidence. We're going to have a day and a half worth. No, he didn't say that. He says, but wait for our cross-examinations. That often holds the key to the truth. I'm paraphrasing, okay? But the key to the truth is in those cross-examinations. Note, he didn't say the key to the truth is in our brilliant defense witnesses. He didn't even mention his defense witnesses in that would hold the key to the truth. The key to the truth would have been in their cross-examinations. They should have ended it there. This was such a poor showing. And it just made them look terrible. And even worse was their computer. I mean, it just went from, I don't know. Maybe I should do a poll. Who was the worst defense witness? But they were all so bad, it's hard to pick one. For me, it was Lucky Loughran, I think, was the worst. Second, what I would say Marie Russell was the least worst of the three, because the defense expert basically had to say that he realized he was wrong, and the things that he testified to in his affidavit, sworn affidavit, he's basically admitting he perjured himself, was wrong. And he's so sorry, he had to apologize on the stand. That's coming up, guys. That's next. We're almost done here. But did not know that the swabs came from the shirt. Well, there was a shirt in between. They swabbed the wounds. No, they didn't. They swabbed the shirt. Oh. It's a terrible, terrible moment for the defense.
Okay.
Do you know that or no?
I couldn't tell if they came from the wound or the clothing. I thought that they came from the clothing, but
You couldn't tell by reviewing the report whether or not swabbing.
That's so disingenuous. I thought they came from the clothing. Really? Because you just said that there was clothing in between. So do you see how she changes her opinion on a dime? Kind of like she's tailoring her opinion to the evidence. Isn't that interesting? Almost a little bit like Lucky Loughran tailored his evidence to the defense's theory. These are exactly the kind of witnesses you don't want to have in trial. I think this will be shown in classes to aspiring lawyers as what not to do, what kind of witnesses not to bring in the future. Really do. So just want to thank everybody who's donated to the stream today. I appreciate it. As you know, it really helps support the channel and allows me to do these kind of live streams. So I wanted to say, though, that this has been going on for 4 hours and 30 minutes. 4 hours and 30 minutes. This is a marathon for one direct. We're not through the direct. We haven't hit cross-examination. It's wild. Wild. So if you're just tuning in, we're on break till 2 p.m. with Dr. Marie Russell, the dog bite expert in Karen Reed's case. She's testifying to see if she will be qualified as an expert in Karen Reed's second trial. The first one ended in a hung jury.
Came from clothing or from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I know the clothing was sent to the laboratory.
You know the clothing was sent to what laboratory?
To the DNA laboratory.
To UC Davis?
Oh, I don't know that. No, I'm sorry.
You are aware that that came back as far as negative for any canine DNA, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the injuries that you observed, your testimony is that both the top teeth of whatever animal this is and the bottom teeth of whatever animal this is both made contact with only the top of Mr. O'Keefe's arm or the posterior of his arm?
Both sets of teeth made contact with certain of those wounds, yes, but not all of them.
But neither the top nor the bottom teeth made any contact that you observed, assuming your issue as far as an animal attack. There's no evidence of any animal attack on the bottom of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by bottom.
Anterior?
Anterior? That's correct.
And nothing on the posterior or the anterior of his left arm?
That is correct.
And nothing on his legs?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso?
Correct.
Nothing on his head, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the marks that you did observe that you do attribute to an animal attack, can you even say with certainty whether or not those marks you feel are bite marks versus scratch marks? Do you have any idea which are which?
There may be a combination.
So is that a no?
Well, no, I think that the ones that had the linear abrasions above the small round punctate abrasions, I believe that those are bite marks from upper and lower teeth.
Now, you indicated that part of what you had reviewed was a dog bite history for a dog from 34 Fairview Road named Chloe, is that right?
Yes.
And there were a couple different instances of that dog essentially getting in a fight with other dogs, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see anything in there as far as a dog?
So I'm so confused. Was it a dog that put the top, none of the top and some of the bottom in, or it kind of it was biting softly, killing softly with this bite? I mean, what are we talking about here with the bite? Where are the canine teeth? It's just a soft, playful bite.
Dog going after a human in which there was no other dog present?
No.
And there were actually photographs contained within that material of dog bites from that dog, unquote, correct?
Yes.
Did any of those dog bites that you saw in those photographs look anything like what you observed in the photos that you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No, but. Okay.
That's all, man.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, so the answer is no. You can get back up, Mr. Jackson, but the answer to that question is no. Next question.
So is it your testimony that from reviewing what you reviewed, that what you observe on Mr. O'Keefe's arm is consistent with an animal attack to the exclusion of any other possibilities?
To a degree of reasonable medical certainty, yes.
It's like she's been practicing that reasonable medical certainty in the mirror.
So as far as any other sort of blunt impact injuries or other manifestations of how those scratches got there, you're saying, nope, had to be an animal attack.
I've seen thousands of wounded.
What I'm asking is.
All right. So, Mr. Lally, I'm going to let the witness answer.
Go ahead, man.
I've seen thousands of people with injuries to their skin, and from blunt, from sharp, from all different mechanisms. Those injuries did not look like.
And I say dog bite every time I'm paid.
Blunt force injuries.
So it's your testimony that the injuries to his arm don't look anything like blunt force injuries that you've seen before. You wouldn't characterize them as that?
That's correct.
And that's based on some photographs and some other materials that you began reviewing sometime May 17th, 2024.
Yes, I'm an ER doctor. I need to make a diagnosis quickly when I see something, and I'm trained to do that. That's my specialty.
Are you being asked as an ER doctor to come to a quick conclusion then in this case?
No.
But you did anyway.
It's how I'm trained.
Nothing.
Right. It's how I'm trained. I came to a quick conclusion without looking at all the evidence. Well, that was impressive, wasn't it? Wasn't that amazing? Would you trust her with anything? And she also worked in a prison for a long time. It's a prison doctor. Retired for years and years and years. But according to the poll, the best is yet to come. Last one up. But before I do, I want to say I have a new episode up on Patreon. It's about Wendy and Charlie Adelson's big move. Check it out. I want to thank my new patrons, Arena Campbell, Jennifer Clearman, Patricia Linz, Nancy, Suzanne Niffen, and Pat Brooks. Pat Brooks, I want to thank you for upping your pledge, and also thank you for your super chat last time. Got me right as I was leaving. Thank you for your support of the show. Couldn't do it without my patrons. Check out the episode up on Patreon. It's pinned to the top of the page. Also pinned to the top of the chat tonight. Lindsay needs help fighting in court, needs help getting a lawyer. She's in litigation with Aiden Turtleboy Kearney, and she really needs your help. If you can send what you can to the Give, Send, Go, please do. All right. Hold on 1 second. So last but not least, we have Richard Green. This is his cross. He was kind of interesting. Is that Brennan talking to Alessi there? They're all back rather early. That's Robert Alessi, Karen Reed's pro bono lawyer. We got a little camera shakeage going there. It is Hank Brennan talking to Robert Alessi and David Yannetti. Hank Brennan was a prosecutor, but he was also a defense attorney. He was specially appointed for Karen Reed's trial. It's the prosecutor. Defended Whitey Bulger. So curious how I thought he probably knew Yannetti. Yannetti is a big figure in this area of the world, around Boston, Massachusetts. He's a defense lawyer. But curious how they know each other and how Robert Alessi seems to be familiar with Brennan. Dr. Marie Russell talking to William Reed, who's sitting next to his son, Nathan Reed. Hope they will take the stand in Reed's trial, both of them. And also Karen Reed's sister-in-law. Very curious. She seems to know Karen's guilty. William Reed and Nathan Reed have all publicly supported and given Karen Reed's narrative of what happened that night, or what happened to her car, more like, in TV interviews. It seems that Hank Brennan is very anxious to get William Reed's phone. That's been rejected by the court. Don't know if he'll ask again, but it seems like he will get William Reed up on the stand. It looks like that's where it's going. And possibly Karen Reed's mother on the stand as well.
Right here.
Very well. Yeah. Were you there after that got there? Oh, okay. It's unbelievable to me when you hear him talk. He sounds exactly like his father. It's unbelievable. I'm sure. Yeah. I've only met Matt a few times, but I instantly took a liking to him. You know. And Jay was kind of a mentor of mine when I was in law school. Yeah. So he coached moot court there, mock trial. Yeah, Janice, I don't know her as well, but I mean, two fantastic attorneys. I was. Yeah. He's in that firm. I got to try the case in front of himself now. He's a good guy.
What goes off that door? Yeah. Jim, I thought you did not. You didn't love the room. This is for tonight. So,
Yeah, good. Unmute.
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You can press star. You are unmuted.
Did you do it?
All rise, everyone, please. Meeting. All persons having any business before you come will heavily felony. Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, they will have copies of them. You are native, you are independent, you shall be heard. On to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
Judge, this is 22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record, starting with the Commonwealth?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth. Along with me is Attorney Adam Lally and Attorney Laura McLaughlin.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan. Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Wait, are they playing this again? Hold on. Hold on. This has got to be the beginning. Yeah, we just have a black screen. We're going till 6:30. 6 p.m. I mean 2 p.m. Excuse me. Excuse me. Let's watch a little bit of Marie Russell's first voir dire. Oh wait, hold on.
She's not.
All right, let's bring her in, please.
Your Honor, before we get started, can I get an understanding? We started to say it at sidebar the other day, and you said you wanted to put that off to get to the witnesses. But I need a little bit of an understanding of what the court's expectations are. My understanding of voir dire, which this seems to be unusual in terms of the timing of it.
So the understanding of the voir dire is this is for the Commonwealth's motion to exclude this testimony. All right, that's what we're here for, the Rule 14 violation.
Is that the same with Dr. Wolf and Dr. Wrench?
Well, I thought that would help both of you. The Commonwealth has nothing on that, and you say you haven't been able to even talk to them at all about this case.
That's correct.
So I want to find out if they have any credible, competent evidence to put forward. So we'll have a voir dire on them as well. But for Dr. Russell, what we're doing here today is there's an alleged this appears to me to be a violation of the reciprocal discovery obligations of defense counsel regarding Dr. Russell. So let's hear from her today to see what the appropriate remedy is for this violation.
So my intention is to ask her so I have, the court understands my sort of guardrails. My intention is to ask her what her qualifications are, which is that's the basis for one year. And that's where I'm going to stop. I'm not intending to ask her what her opinions are, conclusions. I'm going to ask her if she's come to opinions and conclusions, but I don't want to have to examine her concerning her full opinions or full conclusions, what she's based those conclusions on. It's unfair. We've provided the defense the prosecution, everything that we need to provide to them in terms of disclosure. They've got the equivalent of a report. They've got a summary of what she's going to testify to.
When was that provided? My order was 1 week from the start of trial, right?
But we didn't, Your Honor, in fairness, they didn't even finish their discovery 1 week before the start of trial. So it's a little unfair for us to be put on the stand.
1 week from the filing of the certificate of compliance.
Well, I don't know when I can't remember. My co-counsel indications the day before trial.
Okay.
So during the course of the trial is a dynamic thing. During the course of the trial, I did not know who Dr. Marie Russell was at the time that they filed their certificate of compliance. We then attempted to and did give them the reciprocal discovery that we were obligated to do after they filed their certificate of compliance.
When?
Within 3 days of that. We had been giving them information prior to that, but at least within 3 days of that. We've continued, so the record's clear, we've continued to get additional discovery from the Commonwealth in notices of discovery throughout the trial. They have not finished. In fact, during the trial, they interviewed Jen McCabe, apparently, had a full interview with her. Lieutenant Tully took a report, dated the report, and then they held on to that report until after she testified. The interview, the report, and the completion of the report were all done before her testimony.
Do you need to call her again?
Your Honor, that's not my, and I think the court understands, that's not my point. My point is not, I need to call Jennifer McCabe back. I've done the damage that needs to be done on Jennifer McCabe. The point is...
I'm sorry, I missed that. You've what?
I've done the damage that needed to be done on Jennifer McCabe. I don't need to call her back. The point is that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. The Commonwealth doesn't get to stand in the position of piecemealing and feeding us information, reports, discovery throughout the course of the trial. And by the way, when we then got seminal information about an expert that we did not know about, never met, never heard of, within 3 days of that, we provide everything that we have about that witness to the Commonwealth. They can't then turn around and say, oh, well, it's all the defense's fault. So we want to have a voir dire, which means that the euphemism for that voir dire is we want to have two bites at the apple.
Okay.
We want to be able to completely cross-examine her then go back to our expert. And if she testifies, cross-examine her again after consulting with our expert. That's 2 bites at the apple, and that's not fair. If the court wants to hear whether or not Dr. Marie Russell is qualified to testify about the arm injuries, that, I believe, is the parameters, the proper parameters of the voir dire, and that's what I'm prepared to do today. But I wasn't planning on getting into the substance of her testimony because that's been provided. And I don't think Mr. Lally should be able to get into the substance of her testimony because he knows what the substance is because, like I said, that's been provided.
All right, so I disagree. I'm going to hear from the Commonwealth on this. Is it Ms. McLaughlin or Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, just briefly in regard to what counsel was referencing with Ms. McCabe, it was not a full interview by Lieutenant Tully. It was and I don't have it on me at this moment, but I can give the court a copy of that report. But essentially it was Ms. McCabe met with Lieutenant Tully, looked at some video, and was asked a single question. That report wasn't available. I didn't have it until after Ms. McCabe testified, but it was given to counsel prior to Lieutenant Tully testifying, and there were no questions asked of Lieutenant Tully in regard to that. My issue, and you know, I wasn't asking for a voir dire as it proposed to, as it relates to Dr. Russell, is that we first heard of Dr. Russell on May 21st, which was, I think, 6 weeks into trial.
Right, so that's what I asked, and you told me it was 3 days after the beginning of trial, Mr. Jackson.
No, Your Honor, I said this sidebar the other day, and I just said it again today. I let the Commonwealth and the court know about Dr. Marie Russell 3 days after I learned about her, which was the 17th of May. I think it was the 17th of May. I had never heard of her. I didn't know who she was. We made contact. I determined that she would be useful for the jury in terms of specifically the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm. I then had one conversation with her, then immediately, within 3 days of that, turned that information over to the prosecution. So I didn't say that I gave this over 3 days into trial. That's not what I said.
All right, but you were ordered to do it. Ms. Giannetti, what was the date? What, you had 1 week from when?
The day before trial. So it would have been, I believe, April 15th. So what we knew as of that day, we were required to turn over.
All right, I need to take a quick recess.
What? All right.
We're in the process of updating that rule, but the very integrity of the judicial system and public confidence in the system depend on full disclosure of all the facts within the framework of the rules of evidence. To ensure that justice is done, it is imperative to the function of courts that compulsory process be available for the production of evidence needed either by the prosecution or the defense. So, what we're here to do today is decide a remedy for this violation. And that's why we're having a voir dire. I am not prohibiting the Commonwealth from anything on their examination of witness, Mr. Jackson. The alternative is she doesn't testify. So the Commonwealth has not received the appropriate discovery from this witness. So we're going to have a voir dire and they can ask her anything that they think they need to ask her. So those are the parameters of this meeting.
As long as I know the guardrails, that's fine. I just to close the loop on the record, my understanding, and Ms. Little can probably speak to this more intelligently than I can, but during the middle of trial, there was a witness that we had never heard of, we did not know and didn't have a report for.
Who is that?
Dr. Fowler, F-A-L-L-E-R.
Okay.
If the court remembers, is buried in the middle of about 75 witnesses. So he testified to alcohol levels, et cetera, and protocols at the institution at Good Samaritan. And we didn't have that information either. We didn't throw a fit. They said we were going to provide this information in a timely fashion as soon as we know that we're going to call him. It's got to be on our witness list. We didn't know one way or the other what he was going to say. We didn't have a report, and we went on about our business. That's what we were doing as well. And by the way, I would note that the notes and the report under Rule 14 require disclosure of information you have. I just don't want the court to think that we were sitting on information that we didn't turn over.
No, I'm not saying that. It's just, this isn't as if it was something that the Commonwealth brought up and you needed to scramble. This is entirely of the defense position. So,
I understand.
all right, so that's the big difference. So why don't you go ahead and call her?
Okay, may I be excused to call her?
Yes.
Meeting, I'm going to tuck the legs in. Let's go. Doctor, I'm just going to ask that you be mindful to step up. Ask to remain standing. Face the wall.
Raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear the ever give the court the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Let's take this here.
Morning.
Slide forward.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up. Speak right into that microphone, doctor, okay?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes. Marie Russell, Russell.
And I'm going to echo what the court just indicated. The air conditioners are on, so please keep your voice as elevated as possible and speak, maneuver the microphone however you need to, okay?
Okay.
Dr. Russell, what do you do for a living?
I am a retired emergency physician and forensic pathologist.
And tell me what education you have, going all the way back to the beginning, that qualifies you as an emergency physician and former pathologist before you retired.
Okay, well, I've had about at least 16 years of formal education beyond high school. Initially, I started at MIT, where I did my pre-med courses. I had always wanted to be a physician. And so I went to MIT for a year, took pre-med courses. And then I had an unusual life event in that my mother came down with cancer and she subsequently passed away. During the time away, so I took some time off from school. During that period of time, I decided to explore another interest of mine, which was law enforcement. And so I took some courses in law enforcement and I became a full-time police officer here in Massachusetts.
What years were you at MIT?
That was 1972 to 1974.
Did you go to the police academy?
I did. When once I became a police officer here in Massachusetts, I attended the Boston Police Academy where I graduated.
What year was that?
That was in 1977.
During the course of your training as a police officer, did you have any specialized training in hit and run and accidents and investigations?
Yes, I did.
And which agency did you work for as a sworn peace officer?
I worked for the city of Malden full-time for 7 years.
That would be from 1977 to 1984 approximately?
Correct.
During that time, did you continue your education in any way?
I did. So I took as many courses as I could from the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council, which included a several-day course in hit and run accident investigation. I took courses in forensic photography and numerous other things. And then, and I also at the same time continued to go to college. And I did that part-time, where I eventually got a bachelor's degree of science in psychology with highest honors.
What institution was that from?
That was from Northeastern University.
And that was a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology?
I think it was a Bachelor of Science.
Got it. Subsequent to your Bachelor of Science degree from Northeastern. Did you also advance your education further, formally?
Subsequent to, so yes, so I decided that I did want to pursue a medical career. And so I then attended medical school, University of Massachusetts Medical School full-time for 4 years.
Did you ultimately get a degree, an MD degree from UMass?
Yes, a Doctor of Medicine degree in 1987.
So you were there from 1983 to 1987, is that right?
That is correct.
And did you do a residency?
I did 2 residencies, actually. Most people do 1, but I did 2. I did, my first residency was a combined internship and residency for 4 years. And I did that in Los Angeles at Los Angeles County Medical Center, which is a very big trauma center and what I would consider the Bellevue of the West Coast. Very busy.
You say that just because of the volume at USC Medical Center?
That is correct.
Is it one of the busiest medical trauma centers in the country?
Yes.
You were there from 1987 to 1991, is that right?
Yes, I did my ER internship and residency during those years. Yes, there.
During that time, were you seeing patients?
Oh, yes.
You were treating patients?
Lots of them.
You were attending to patients?
I was a trainee, so I was seeing as many patients as we could. There was always a waiting room full of patients, and yeah, so I saw many patients during that time period.
Did you indicated a second residency? Tell me about that.
Okay, so I still realized I had an interest in forensics, and so I decided that I wanted to also train in forensic pathology. So I did a second residency in anatomic pathology, 2 years, followed by forensic pathology fellowship at the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office for 2 years.
And the years, if that's 4 years, that would be from 1991 to 1995, approximately?
That is correct.
Tell me what your experience was as a fellow at the Los Angeles Coroner's Office, Los Angeles County Coroner's Office.
Yes, well, it also was a very busy coroner's office. And so every day there would be cases. I probably did at least 2 cases a day, most days, and plus conferences and educational opportunities. But the interesting thing about being a fellow is they try to give you a wide assortment of cases. So, for instance, I not only saw numerous victims of gunshot violence and stabbings, but I saw numerous victims of motor vehicle accidents and natural death, overdoses. And then if there was an unusual case, it usually went to the fellow, because the fellow was also being supervised. So,
did any of those unusual cases, and we'll get more into this in just a second, but did any of those unusual cases include animal attacks?
Yes.
Did you become a professor, an educator at any point?
Yes. So during my 29 years at LA County Hospital, during the last 25 of those, I was a assistant professor or an instructor, but mostly an assistant professor. And what that meant is that I was responsible for overseeing the care that was provided by the interns and residents. So when a patient would come in into the hospital, the emergency room, they were oftentimes usually seen by the intern or resident, and then I would go and subsequently see that patient also. So, and that was in addition to my own cases. So I'd see my cases and their cases.
And that was at LAUSC, correct?
That is correct. And
can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
LAUSC, for those of us who are not necessarily familiar with it, is that associated with the University of Southern California Medical Center?
Yes.
That's the school, in other words, the site.
Yes. So it stands for Los Angeles County / University of Southern California Medical Center.
And that's where you were an assistant professor for the majority of the rest of your career?
Correct.
Were you also an assistant or an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles?
Yes.
Okay. For how long were you an adjunct professor there?
I believe that was 4 or 5 years. And I taught criminalistics, forensic medicine there.
As an attending physician, in the ER? In other words, a supervising physician in ER. Can you tell us what some of your duties and responsibilities included, especially as it pertains to trauma? And then I'll get more specific in just a second.
Okay, well, so I would oversee the care of all the patients that came in during a particular shift. And that would include medical patients and trauma patients. And as I mentioned, it was a very busy trauma center. So we had lots of trauma patients, including the types of violence I described earlier that I saw at the coroner's office, but lots of motor vehicle accident victims, because there was a highway there right nearby. There were a couple of highways, so a wide variety of accidents.
Did your supervision include assessing, diagnosing, and treating patients?
Correct.
In terms of the middle part of that, diagnosis, was part of your job to determine the cause of injuries, or to at least assess the cause of injuries?
Yes, and I took that on a little bit more because I was interested in the forensics aspect of the injuries.
The forensic aspect?
Yes.
Okay. During your time at LAUSC, even after you left the Los Angeles Coroner's Office as a fellow, did you continue to stay in contact with the Coroner's Office and have a relationship with the Coroner's Office as a supervising physician?
I continued to stay in contact with the coroner's office, and I used to attend their conferences as often as I could, not as a supervising physician, but as a physician and a graduate of their program.
During your tenure at LAUSC, did you ever become the director of any programs at LAUSC?
Yes.
Does that include the director of Center for Life Support Training?
Yes.
What years was that, if you remember?
I don't remember that.
Early 2000s, late 90s?
Yes, that sounds about right.
Okay.
And we would conduct lots of courses, including trauma, life support courses.
Did LAUSC incorporate a quality improvement program?
Yes.
Within their institution?
Yes.
Did you become a director of that as well?
Yes.
So you were director of Center for Life Support Training and director of LAUSC Medical Center Quality Improvement. Is that?
Well, that answers the question as to why she had her CV in front of her for this questioning. And notice that he didn't bring it to the attention till she was almost done with her CV to the attention of the court. You don't have to look at your CV, right? This Alessi is a piece of work. It is now 2 p.m., so we're close to it. Gonna move back to the courtroom. We'll resume the longest questioning of a potential defense witness ever in the history of the world.
You're very apologetic, by the way.
Tell her not to worry.
Roads.
Tell her not to. I gotta say, you look pretty good sitting up there when I first.
Kind of the apocalypse. Yes, no, I am still in. We're still in.
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You can press *6 to unmute.
Thank you. I'm all set, yes, thank you very much.
Just give me a heads up.
I got it.
It is.
Kleenex.
You are unmuted. You are muted.
I think I know where I left off with this photo, but do you know which one? This one goes on. Yeah, it was this one, and I want to go to this one, and I don't find which way to go. Seconds is weird. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Diane, where's the best location for you for this? Is this like okay where I've had it? I don't want to be too loud. Oh, don't tell my family that.
You are unmuted.
Judge, we're back on the record on 22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. I'll remind the witness you're still under oath.
All right, doctor. Thanks, Joe. All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have Exhibit 10 published, please? Thank you. Dr. Russell, what has been published on the TV screen is Exhibit 10. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
because I've seen it before.
And please describe what it is.
So it is a hoodie, a picture of a hoodie sweatshirt with multiple defects in the arm area.
And have you assessed those multiple defects in the arm area?
Yes, I've looked at them carefully.
And please describe your assessment.
Well, there are multiple small holes in the fabric of the sweater in the arm. And I believe I said earlier 11, but it's a total of 11 for the whole shirt. So there are 9 holes here in the arm, and then in another section there's other holes.
Does what is depicted on Exhibit 10 constitute a pattern in your judgment?
Not specifically, no.
What, if any, conclusions do you draw from Exhibit 10 pertinent to your testimony here today?
Well, with that image, in conjunction with the picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, my conclusion is that he was wearing that article of clothing when he was attacked.
And how do you reach that conclusion?
Well, again, the holes, the holes are rather small, which would correspond to holes created by a tooth, or in this case, maybe multiple teeth. And they are in the area of the arm, or the area of the body that corresponds with the wounds.
Have you ever in your career, either as an emergency room physician or a forensic pathologist, ever had to assess wounds in which the victim was wearing clothing?
Yes.
How many times would you estimate that you had to, or that you did make an assessment of wounds when the victim was wearing clothing?
Probably over 200 times because the clothing examination is part of the examination conducted by the forensic pathologist in the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
And did you, in fact, as a forensic pathology in Los Angeles, make assessments of wounds in forensic pathology with regard to a victim that was wearing clothing?
Yes.
Did you ever make that assessment in connection with dog-inflicted wounds of any kind?
No, I don't think so.
Are you familiar with whether, or strike that. Did Dr. Scordi-Bello, in her her autopsy report, make any assessment of the clothing?
Yeah. So I'm sustaining it. You can ask her differently. You can ask it differently.
Dr. Russell, do you recall any discussion in the autopsy report of the assessment of the clothing that the deceased was wearing?
I don't recall.
If we showed you the autopsy report, would that potentially assist you in your recollection?
Yes.
Do you have it with you still?
I do.
Go ahead, you can take a look at
Yeah.
it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's see. Is there a particular location you'd like me to?
Your Honor, I am not able to answer that question because I can predict what the response may be. So I would
just-
like to.
okay.
but I-
Go ahead and take a look at it. And if you can't answer the question, you can't answer the question.
Yeah, I do recall what she meant. She said that the body is clad with a pair of socks.
Right. Did she make any other assessment of clothing in the autopsy report, particularly with the arm of a hoodie? Take your time.
Since the report's in evidence, if you want to suggest a page, you can.
I might be suggesting a negative, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll proceed with whatever way you.
Is there any objection to just answering this question? Okay. Okay. All right. Go ahead and suggest the answer to her.
Is it correct that the autopsy report does not contain any assessment of the clothing as being relevant to a nature and source of the wound of the deceased?
I reviewed the autopsy report very thoroughly, and I don't recall any description of this.
Thank you for the leeway, Mr. Brennan, in Your Honor. Now let's, if I could, Your Honor, publish Exhibit 11.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you recognize Exhibit 11?
Yes,
What is it?
it's the back portion of the same hoodie.
Same hoodie. Did you assess the back portion of the hoodie as depicted in Exhibit 11?
Just by the photograph.
Yes.
Yes.
Did you reach any conclusions with regard to Exhibit 11?
Nothing.
Was there anything relevant that you determined from Exhibit 11?
Not that I recall was significant.
And was Exhibit 11, in your judgment, necessary, assessment of it necessary to render the opinions and conclusions you have testified to here today?
Well, you should. I mean, the person should look at all the evidence, yes.
Right. And so after having looked at Exhibit 11, what is your conclusion as to whether it informs the question of the nature and source of the injuries?
It doesn't help.
With regard to number Exhibit 12, Your Honor, if I may have that published. Do you recognize Exhibit 12?
Yes.
What is it?
So this is a close-up of one of the holes that is on the right sleeve of that hoodie. In the, in the part that you can see from the anterior view.
The anterior view, but is it the anterior or posterior of the arm?
It could be it could be posterior because you only get it depends on how it's worn basically and how the material lies, way it's photographed. So I meant anterior view meaning the picture, the first picture we saw, which was generally the anterior view of the hoodie.
What assessment did you make, if any, with regard to Exhibit 12?
Well, it's a small hole. It is consistent with a puncture created by a small object such as a canine tooth. And it appears that some of the fibers are actually pointed outward. Some of the clothing fibers are pointed outward from the wound, from the hole rather, from the hole.
And did you draw any conclusions with regard to this exhibit?
This exhibit plus close-ups of some of the other similar holes with the fibers pointing out means that whatever inflicted that hole also came out of the hole.
You say whatever inflicted that. Did you reach a conclusion as to what inflicted that hole, or as you've referred to it as defects previously?
Yes, these are consistent with dog bites.
If we could publish, Your Honor, 13?
Okay.
Thank you. Do you recognize 13?
This image?
Yes.
Yes.
What is it?
Similar to the other. It's just it's in a different location on the arm.
Did you make an assessment of what is depicted in Exhibit 13?
Yes.
What assessment did you make?
I believe this was inflicted by a dog tooth, a canine tooth. And again, the fibers are pointing outward.
How did you make that assessment? How did you reach that conclusion?
Well, it's generally small and round. So, and the canine teeth are the teeth that stick out the most when a dog bites. So this is consistent with a canine bite.
Your Honor, may I have 14 published?
Yes.
Same. You recognize what is depicted on Exhibit 14?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a similar wound on the arm area of the hoodie, but this one wound has this, hole, similar hole, except it's a little larger in one dimension, and given that cloth has some stretching capabilities, and there was movement between the victim and the dog, the stretch was caused by the tooth.
How did you determine there was some movement between the victim and the dog?
Because he was alive, and when these were inflicted, and it is normal behavior to move, and also just the configuration of the wounds we discussed earlier, there was some movement around the elbow area.
Your Honor, may I have 15 published?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 15, Dr. Russell?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, how do I recognize it? Because the clothing pattern is very similar to all the others. I saw this previously. And again, it is a picture of the sleeve of the hoodie.
Which sleeve, right or left?
Right sleeve.
Please continue.
And it has a hole. This hole is longer than it is wide. And, but yet it still is consistent with a tooth entering through there.
And what conclusions, if any, did you draw from what is depicted in Exhibit 13?
That this was part of a dog bite.
And just so the record is clear, are all of these holes or defects, as you've referred to them as in the hoodie, are they all on the right arm?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go to, or excuse me, Your Honor, may I have published Exhibit 15?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
No, it's the same one.
May I have 16 published, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize what's depicted as Exhibit 16?
Yes.
What is it?
So it's two holes. Generally,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you say there's two holes. Is there anything that is a marker on this picture that shows you that are two holes?
Very good. Yes, there are two holes, one labeled number 3, one labeled number 4. They're in close proximity to one another. And number 3 is round, number 4 is a little irregular, but generally round.
Thank you. And what assessment, if any, did you make with regard to what is depicted in Exhibit 16?
I believe that this is consistent with 2 canine teeth penetrating the fabric.
How do you reach that conclusion?
Because they're separate. Unfortunately, in that image, there's no ruler.
I'm sorry, there's
no ruler.
No ruler.
No centimeters, a centimeter ruler in that particular image, but they're reasonably close by, so they could be. And
could be.
Inflicted by 2 canines in the same bite.
Yes. Thanks. And what conclusions, if any, did you reach with what is depicted in this exhibit?
I think I just said it. Yeah.
May I have published, Your Honor, 17?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize what is depicted in Exhibit 17?
In this exhibit?
Yes.
Yes.
What is it?
Again, it's a close-up of the hoodie, the sleeve of the hoodie, and there's a defect in the fabric, and there's a label on it indicating it's number 4.
And did you assess Exhibit 17 before today?
Yes, I did.
What conclusions, if any, did you reach with regard to what's depicted in Exhibit 17?
I believe it's consistent with a puncture of the sweater.
And did you reach any conclusions with regard to the cause of the puncture?
Well, taken in totality with the other images, I believe that these are all the result of multiple dog bites.
Your Honor, may I have published 18?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize 18?
Yes.
What is it?
It's another defect in the sleeve of that article of clothing.
And if I could impose upon you, could you go back to 17, please? Your Honor, may I go back to 17
Yes.
quickly? Thank you. Do you know which arm of the hoodie this defect, as you call it, occurs in, right or left?
Right.
Your Honor, may I go now to 18?
Yes.
Thank you. Please continue with your assessment of what is depicted in 18.
It's another defect of the arm, of the right arm of the hoodie. And it's generally circular in configuration. This seems to be fabric fibers exiting the wound.
And any further assessment you made with regard to what's depicted in Exhibit 18?
No, similar to the above, previous.
Did you reach any conclusions as to the source of the whole defect, as you refer to it, in as what's depicted in Exhibit 18?
I believe it is from a tooth of the dog.
May I have, Your Honor, published 19?
Yes.
Thank you. You recognize, Dr. Russell, what's depicted in Exhibit 19?
Yes.
What is it?
So it's multiple defects in close proximity to one another, circular defects generally, but there's at least 1, 2, 3 in that image.
Did you make any further assessment of what is depicted in Exhibit 19?
I believe these are from the teeth of a dog.
Are you able to tell which teeth of the dog made those defects?
Not exactly.
How is it then you come to the conclusion it is from a dog's tooth when you say that you're not able to tell which tooth?
I didn't understand the question.
In your experience,
Mm-hmm.
are there times where you conclude that a wound is from a dog, but you don't know which specific tooth of the dog that caused it?
Yes.
And do you, okay, thank you. If we could, Your Honor, please publish 20.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 20?
Yes.
What is it?
Again, the a picture of the right arm of the hoodie.
And what is your assessment of what's depicted in Exhibit 20?
I see a small defect near, and it's labeled number 6.
And what is your conclusion as to the nature and source of the defect?
I don't really have a conclusion on this one.
Your Honor, could we please publish 21?
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 21, Dr. Russell?
Yes.
What is it?
There are 2 defects in the right arm of the hoodie. And there's a ruler. They're about 3 centimeters away from one another.
Did you reach any conclusions with regard to what is depicted in Exhibit 21?
Yes,
What conclusions did you reach?
they're from a dog.
And how did you reach that conclusion?
Because they're consistent in appearance with a defect that would be caused by canine teeth.
May I have published, Your Honor, 22?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 22?
Yes.
And did you make an assessment as to what is depicted in Exhibit 22?
Well, it's a photograph of the right arm of the hoodie with the number 7 label pointing to a particular area.
And what observations do you make, if any, from what's depicted in Exhibit 22?
On this particular projection, I can't really see the defect. So,
Your Honor, may I just quickly go back to Exhibit 20 and 21 for one
Okay.
question with each? Thank you. Which arm of the hoodie is depicted in Exhibit 20?
the right arm.
And if we could please, Your Honor, go to 21. Which arm of the hoodie is depicted in 21?
The right arm.
And if we could go to Exhibit 22. I think you answered, but I want the record clear. Which, are you able to tell which arm of the hoodie is depicted in Exhibit 22?
Well, yes, because I know that the only labels placed on this article of clothing were in the right arm area and the chest. And this contains a label, so this is the right arm area.
How do you know that? How do you know
Because we
that the only labels were placed on the right arm?
Because we saw the overall picture.
May I have published, Your Honor, 23?
Yes.
You recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 23, Dr. Russell?
This one?
Yes, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
So it's it's a close-up picture of the right arm of the hoodie. And there's a number 7. And number 7 is pointing to a defect, small defect, several millimeters in length. on that fabric.
How, if at all, does the ruler in these pictures contribute to your assessment of the defects in the foot?
Well, they give an overall measurement of the wound, of the holes, the defects, as they currently were when the photograph was taken. But we have to keep in mind that fabric stretches, and when it dries, it contracts. So that has to be kept in mind when making assessments. So the size right at the time that picture was taken could be different than when the injury was inflicted.
Does the ruler help you at all in this photograph or any of the photographs we've seen in determining whether or not a given defect is from a dog?
Yes, they do.
How?
Because there are several of them. The configuration of the collection of the defects are in a certain area, and actually it's an area that corresponds with the area of the decedent's arm where the injuries were. And they're significantly smaller than, for instance, what you would see in a gunshot wound.
Your Honor, may I please have published 24?
Sure.
Thank you. You recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 24, Dr. Russell?
Yes.
What is it?
That's another defect in the right arm, closer to the sleeve or cuff of the arm of that particular hoodie, and it's labeled number 8.
What assessment, if any, did you make of what's depicted in this exhibit?
It's consistent with a dog bite, and fabrics are pointed outward.
Why is it consistent with a dog bite?
Again, the size.
I'm sorry.
The size.
The size
Yeah.
of the hole?
The size of the hole, yes. Taken in conjunction with all of the rest of the holes.
All the rest of the holes in the other photos?
Yes, that we just discussed, yes.
Your Honor, may I have published 25?
Yes.
Thank you. You recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 25?
Yes.
What is it?
So it's again the right arm of the hoodie. It's down by the edge of the sleeve towards the wrist area would be. And it shows 2 defects, one of which is labeled 9. The other one I don't know the number, but it's labeled.
What conclusions, if any, did you reach with regard to what's depicted in Exhibit 25?
Dog bites.
How did you reach that conclusion?
Again, those holes are consistent with the other holes on the sleeve. They are present on the right side of the body. Now I know, and one has to keep in mind that when someone is wearing an article of clothing, as the person moves, the clothing can move in relation to the arm. So even though that is the cuff area, we don't know exactly where it was on the arm when the bites were being inflicted. I don't know if that made sense.
It did to me.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I have published 26?
Sure.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 26?
That appears to be a similar photograph to the prior one, just the exposure appears to be a little different to me.
Which arm of the hoodie is depicted in Exhibit 26?
Right on.
Could we briefly go back, Your Honor, to Exhibit 25?
Yes.
Thank you. Which arm is depicted of the hoodie in Exhibit 25?
Right on.
Your Honor, could we go back to 26, please?
Yes.
Thank you. What assessment, if any, did you make of what's depicted in Exhibit 26?
That these were inflicted by the dog.
How did you make that assessment or conclusion?
Because they're similar in general appearance to the other ones on that right sleeve, and they're small in size.
And this is the right arm of the hoodie.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have published 27?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, do you recognize what is depicted in Exhibit 27?
Yes, I've seen that before.
What is it?
It's a defect in the chest area of the front of the hoodie.
What assessment, if any, did you make of the source and nature of what's depicted in that exhibit?
Yes, let me describe it a little bit better. It's labeled with number 10.
Yes.
And adjacent to it, of course, there's this big defect.
Can you use your, I'm sorry, Your Honor, may the witness use the laser pointer when she says this?
Oh,
Thank you.
okay. So this is the defect in question, labeled number 10. But adjacent to it, there's this huge defect right over here. It's going this way. And as being an emergency room physician, I recognize that as that large defect as having been caused by the emergency room personnel when they opened up the sweatshirt to have access to Mr. O'Keefe.
So are you saying that there's two different sources of what's depicted in this exhibit, or is it just all from one source?
I believe that they're two different sources.
Can you, with your laser, identify each one and what your conclusion is as regards to the nature of each one?
So this large one here, I believe, is from the scissor wound, the trauma scissors.
And trauma scissors of a medical professional in the emergency department?
Yes, or it could have been EMS personnel also. That's another
Understood.
possibility.
Please proceed to the next.
Yes, but then this other defect is different, and it's separated. There's actually solid tissue, fabric between the two defects. This is separate, and it appears to have a little bit of a tail type configuration. So this could have been inflicted by the dog.
You say could.
Mhm.
Is it could, or is it consistent with infliction by a dog?
It is consistent with, however, there were no chest.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
There's a competing noise out there.
Yeah, yeah.
Just trying to see if it was going to die down. Thank you.
There were no chest wounds caused by a dog in that area. So it could have been that the fabric was loose, and as the victim was pulling away from the dog's teeth caught it, but he didn't make contact, or didn't make contact with the skin. So I can't say for sure that this is a dog bite.
Right. So
a dog related tear.
So is it correct to say it's inconclusive whether this is from a dog, or is there no conclusion to be reached as to whether it's from a dog?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. I believe your answer is sufficient for the record. Thank you, Dr. Russell. If, Your Honor, we could please have published Exhibit 28.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 28?
I've seen this image before, yes.
What is it?
It's the front part of the hoodie, and there are two large defects. The one that's closer to the top of the image appears to be similar to one that would be made with trauma scissors by emergency personnel. The one that is below that, that's labeled number 11, I can't.
Stop your laser, because I just want to make sure I understand where you're pointing. You said below that. Can you just hold your laser as to where that is?
On the laser, you want to see what I'm?
If you could point, you said right below
this
that.
one, so this is, the top one is what I believe is caused by trauma scissors.
Yes.
Below that in this image and labeled number 11
Yes.
is a very irregular defect. That's this one right here. And it's labeled number 11. I can't say for sure what caused it.
What causes you to use the parlance irregular? What is irregular about it?
Well, irregular means that it's not a straight line. It's not a nice circle. It doesn't have a nice edge to it.
Are you able to reach any conclusions with regard to what is depicted in Exhibit 29?
No.
Your Honor, if I could have published Exhibit 30.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think they were referring to 28.
Yeah, I think that last one was
I'm
28
sorry.
and 27 before then. I just thought I might have missed it. So,
No, you didn't. I did. That was my error. Thank
so
you, Mr.
29.
Brennan. I believe we are now on 29. It appears 29 is up, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 29?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an area of the front of the hoodie that is in the front, the anterior of the hoodie. And has two labels showing two different defects, 12 and 13.
What assessment, if any, did you make with regard to what is associated with number 12?
Number 12 is a long defect, and by itself, I can't make any assessment. But
I'm sorry, please continue.
yeah, but next to, adjacent to number 13, which is another defect that's much smaller, the two of them in combination are suggestive of teeth marks.
Can you put your laser up and down? You said 2. I think I understand.
Yeah,
what
so
you mean. There's 1.
Yes.
And then where's 2?
Right here.
Understood. And why do you believe it's suggestive of dog tooth marks?
Well, dogs have multiple teeth, and so multiple teeth can cause individual defects, and the fact that there are two defects in close proximity to one another and oriented in the same direction makes me consider that it's possible that they were caused by teeth.
And are you able to determine a more specific location of where this is on the hoodie?
I might be wrong. I think it's the. I think it. No, I can't really say for sure because I don't know if this picture is upside down or not.
So the nature of the picture
Yeah.
does not allow you to make a conclusion that you're comfortable with regard to the location on the hoodie?
Yeah, individually.
Objection sustained to the floor.
Understood. Are you able to reach a conclusion with regard to what part of the hoodie is depicted with reference to the 12 and 13 on this exhibit?
Not from this image only.
In combination with any other image, are you able to reach a conclusion as to what part of the hoodie is depicted by 12 and 13?
If we went back to the overall picture, I could try.
Do we need this answer from her?
We do not, Your Honor.
Okay,
I was actually going to the next one. Thank you.
Thank
Your Honor, may I have published 30?
you. Yes.
Thank you. You recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 30?
So this is a close-up of the previous picture of the anterior portion of the hoodie.
Previous picture meaning Exhibit 29, the one we were just looking at?
Yes.
Thank you. And how can you determine that from what's depicted in Exhibit 30?
Well, because there are two defects that are close together. They're labeled 12 and 13. And unfortunately, the ruler covers one part of one of them, but still I can see enough of it.
And what's your assessment of what's depicted in Exhibit 30?
they are consistent with being caused by a dog teeth, by dog teeth,
How do you reach that conclusion?
because they're oriented in the same direction and they're close by.
What do you mean by they're with the laser, what do you mean they're oriented in the same direction?
So they're going, this 12 is going up and down in this image, and so is 13.
And why is that notable to you in reaching your conclusion?
Well, the teeth causing a defect would tear along the same plane, the same, they'd make tears in parallel. That's same direction.
Any other assessment you make of what's depicted in 30?
No.
Your Honor, may we publish 32?
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 32?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a wound, a partially healed avulsion wound of a person's hand between the thumb and the index finger.
Do you have knowledge of whose hand that is that's depicted in Exhibit 32?
I do.
What is the person, do you know the name of the person's hand depicted in Exhibit 32?
I think it was Lisa, not Lisa.
Do you have knowledge of how that wound occurred?
Yes.
How do you have knowledge of how that wound occurred?
Because I read a report regarding a dog bite incident.
And what did you learn from reading that report about what is depicted in Exhibit 32?
That a dog named Chloe attacked another dog, and in the process, the woman whose hand that was bitten by Chloe.
Can you describe what is shown with regard to Exhibit 32 in relation to dog Chloe?
Well, this is a partially healed avulsion laceration.
From your experience, have you seen these types of avulsion wounds either as an emergency room physician and or a pathologist in your 30 plus years of practice?
I've seen them not infrequently in the emergency room.
Did you say not infrequently?
That's correct.
Is that another way of saying you've seen it frequently?
I've seen them many times in the emergency department.
Is this a wound of someone who is antemortem or postmortem, or are they alive?
This person's alive. This is an ante-mortem wound, and it shows many, many days of healing, maybe even much longer.
How can you tell that what is depicted in that exhibit, that wound, has, as you described it, many, many days of healing?
That might take years of medical school to explain, but there's the edges. First of all, it's not bleeding. Second of all, there's what we call granulation tissue in the wound.
What is that granulation?
Well, that's tissue that the body builds up. Oh, yes. So first of all, this most likely did not appear like this when it was first inflicted. What happened was the flap, there's a flap here, that skin was over here to begin with. But then what happened is that it became detached, and that's called an avulsion wound, where a piece of skin is detached, but not completely. So it still remained intact down here. Now, that area in between, so that, of course, skin contracts as it dries, and that area between here and there heals. The body heals itself, tries to close itself off. So it builds up this, what is called granulation tissue, which is basically new tissue to cover the defect so that infection doesn't set in. And that takes weeks, usually.
What is it that takes weeks?
That healing, that extent of healing.
And so is that wound the same as when it was initially made, or is it different from when the wound was initially made?
Very different.
How is it very different from when the wound was initially made?
When it was initially made, this edge here would be sharper. Right now, you can see there's rolled up tissue here, what appears to be rolled, and that's because it's healing. So this would have been sharper, and the tissue down in here would have been bleeding, or it would have had a crust if the bleeding dried.
Are you able from this Exhibit 30 to give a range of when this wound was first made in terms of days or weeks?
Well, I think I did already. I think that it was at least weeks.
At least weeks? Already, thank you. We can remove that, thank you very much. Dr. Russell, you have given various assessments and opinions. Have those assessments and opinions been based upon, among other things, your 30-plus years as an emergency medicine physician?
Yes.
And with regard to the same assessments and opinions, have those been based on your 30-plus years as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
What I want to now move to, and I'm almost at the conclusion of my questioning to this point, do you recall testifying previously in the first trial with regard to rendering an opinion on whether the source of the wounds in Mr. O'Keefe's arm were caused by a dog or a large animal?
Yes.
And do you recall what your answer generally was in respect to a question of were those wounds consistent with a dog or animal bite?
Yes.
And do you recall what your answer was?
Generally, yes.
And generally, what was your answer to the question of whether the wounds were consistent with a dog or large animal?
Your Honor, may there be a reference to prior testimony? I have no idea what specifically you're referring to as far as the past.
Transcript, date, where it is.
Happy to give it, Your Honor. May I have a moment to give it?
Yes.
Well, we have a moment. I'd also add, if you understand that this is impeachment, inappropriate attempt at prior consistent statement. This should be some foundation.
So for what purpose are you offering this?
Your Honor, I would first like to respond to the preliminary hearing where you know the rules of evidence are not strictly. The purpose I'm giving this, Your Honor, is not for impeachment. It's exactly for her to state, and if you allow, Honor would allow me to connect up with the questions, it will allow her to state with regard to her testimony today, whether or not the opinion she has formed previously is the same opinion as she has formed. Is it the same?
Okay, so why don't you ask her what her opinion is today?
Yes.
And then just ask her whether it was any different than before. You can pull the page up if you have it. I have it here, I think, so just, so do you need it, Mr. Brennan?
Please.
I'm happy to provide it, Mr. Brennan. It is the June 21st transcript. Let me just double check on that. Your Honor, I don't want to take up the court's time. If I could at the end.
Sure, I think co-counsel should be able to find it for you. So why don't you come on in and just ask her the question, and I'm sure Mr. Yannetti can pull it up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Apologize to the court for that. Dr. Russell, are the opinions that you have given today consistent or inconsistent with the opinions? Well, let me ask it this way. For the opinions that you have given today, how do they compare to the opinions that you've given previously?
I'm not oblivious to the attempt yet. I object. It's not the proper form of questioning to go back and try to explain potentially inconsistent statements in today's testimony.
Is that what you're attempting to do?
No, Your Honor, it's not what I'm.
All right, so the opinions today, and I guess it's a matter of argument, right? I can be told with the previous, it was attached to the motion that's before me today, the transcript was attached, can see what her previous opinion is, and then I ultimately decide whether it's consistent or not. Right?
I agree with that, Your Honor.
Okay, so if you've got a site, I'm happy to look at the page to see if I might be able to figure out where you're going, or you can come to sidebar.
Can I come to
explain it.
sidebar
Sure.
with it, Your Honor?
We are on the home stretch, guys. This should be the final question and answer here in a normal questioning, but who knows in this questioning. He's done something with this length. I don't think it's perhaps made her look better with just this length of this questioning. I'm not sure if this will fool the judge, but my thought coming into this was that Judge Canoni was going to say, no way. Make sure. Is this it for Law and Crime Feed? What happened? Hold on one second, guys. Let me get back the feed. Okay, here we go. My apologies. My thought was that she was going to say, no way. One of the things that is clearing up issues for the jurors. So I thought that going into this, she was going to reject Dr. Russell, but maybe the length has made her look qualified. I don't know. We'll see. See what Hank Brennan does in cross. Certainly, free Karen Reed support has dwindled in this super long. What are we on? We are on hour 6. Super long hearing.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor, I'm going to see if I have in fact concluded the questions for
Okay,
this moment.
sure.
Thank you.
Jim, can you give me those?
Your Honor, if I may have a point of order question with the court?
I'm sorry?
May I have a point of order question with the
Sure.
court? Thank you. As you know, she has prepared a report, and different jurisdictions do it different in Daubert hearings. Is that something you believe needs to be marked? I was just going to do a brief foundation that she has in fact prepared one. Sometimes courts require-
Is there an objection to me receiving a report and evidence?
If the court would find it helpful, I won't object, but I do not believe it's admissible and relevant. If the court would like to reference it, I won't object.
So why don't we mark it for identification, and then the two of you talk about it. We'll see how the hearing goes, and if there is, I may well want to see it, but we'll mark it for identification, Mr. Lessie, and then later see if it comes in, okay? Clearly, I think going to have to come back another day, so we'll have some time.
Yes. A for identification. You're welcome.
Thank you. There, Jim, thank you. Jim.
Do you need it? Yeah.
Yes.
I am handing you, Dr. Russell, what has been marked as Exhibit A for identification. Unlike the other exhibits, it is not evidence, not yet. Do you recognize Exhibit A?
Yes,
What is it?
it's a report that I wrote.
How many pages is that report?
Sorry.
Are they not numbered?
They are numbered. I just, the CV is attached as well. Okay, it's 11 pages.
Dr. Russell, did you prepare that report?
I did.
Your Honor, I just would like, if I could please note for the record that that report was filed and it's on file with the court as part of our opposition motion. I know Your Honor knows it, but I would just like to note that for the record.
Sure.
Thank you. At this particular point, Your Honor, I have no questions, and I appreciate the court's patience and gracious allocation of time for me to go through these questions with the witness.
All right, thank you very much. So I intend for us to go until 4 o'clock today, so we'll see how far you get, Mr. Brennan, okay?
Thank you. May I?
Please.
Oh, this is exciting. So this is the first time we've seen Hank Brennan question a witness. So it gives you a little preview of the trial.
Just want to look. Sure. Henry.
You all set?
I'm all set.
This is getting to be like a Marx Brothers movie.
Good afternoon, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon.
My name's Hank Brennan. We haven't had the pleasure of meeting before.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
I'm going to ask you a few questions if that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you. You shared with us that you have an extensive history of experience in the emergency room.
Yes.
And in the emergency room, you see all types of injuries, don't you?
Yes.
You see physical injuries, yes?
Yes.
Emotional injuries,
Yes.
people who overdose, perhaps they're drunk on drugs,
Yes.
alcohol.
Yes.
So you cover a wide array of different types of treatments.
Yes.
Now, you must have seen a number of broken bones when you were in the emergency room caring for different patients, correct?
Thousands.
Arms, legs, toes.
Yes.
In light of your extensive experience in the emergency room, and looking at all of these broken bones, that doesn't make you an expert in orthopedics, does it?
Emergency orthopedics, yes.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in orthopedics?
No, I've
Isn't
never.
orthopedics a specialty in medicine where there is specific training?
Yes.
And people who become orthopedics or orthopedic surgeons, they go through rigorous education specifically to be an orthopedic, right?
Well, orthopedics involves more than just setting fractures or diagnosing fractures. Orthopedics involves things like bone tumors, bone cancers, a lot of other parts of orthopedics, not just trauma. I am an expert in emergency orthopedics, I believe.
So you have decided that you are an expert in orthopedics?
Emergency orthopedics.
Emergency orthopedics, is that a specialty that you get a fellowship in, or somehow you are deemed an expert in any way?
It's not a specialty that has a fellowship that I'm aware of.
I see. So you are proclaiming that you yourself think that you're a emergency room orthopedic.
I have expertise in emergency orthopedics, yes.
Are you an expert in orthopedics?
The whole field of orthopedics, no.
And you don't have any specialized degrees in orthopedics, do you?
No.
You would agree that somebody who's gone through the rigorous requirements of being an orthopedic and qualified, they'd have much more experience in that than you, true?
In general orthopedics, yes. I have a lot of experience in orthopedic trauma related to emergencies.
Have you ever been in any court where you've ever been qualified as an expert in orthopedics?
It was never an issue.
But I'm asking you, have you ever been in any court, state, federal, this country, any other country, where you've been qualified as an expert in orthopedics?
No.
Has anybody other than yourself ordained you as an expert in orthopedics?
I haven't ordained myself as an expert in orthopedics. I have a lot of knowledge and expertise in emergency orthopedics.
Has any authority ever recognized you and qualified you as an expert in orthopedics?
No.
Just you.
I haven't declared myself an expert in orthopedics. I have expertise.
You've seen a lot of car accidents you shared with us.
Yes.
As a police officer.
Yes.
In the emergency room.
Yes.
Perhaps when you were at the ME's office, you saw the consequence of car accidents.
I did, yes.
Are you an expert in accident reconstruction?
Reconstruction? No.
And when you see the different people that come in with overdoses, whether it's alcohol or drugs, you treat them, don't you?
Yes.
But you're not an expert toxicologist.
I'm not a toxicologist, no. But toxicology is a part of emergency medicine. So we have training in orthopedic, in toxicology, but no, I am not an expert in toxicology.
I'm not suggesting you're unfamiliar with it or you haven't had experience or some training. I'm asking you if you think you're an expert.
In toxicology?
Yes.
No.
And you've shared with us that you agree you don't have any expertise in DNA.
That's correct.
In fact, you know very little about DNA, don't you?
I would say that's pretty reasonable. Yes.
That's what you said.
Yes.
Oh. You mentioned that you are generalizing or approximating the number of dog bite cases you've attended to in the emergency room relative to civilian dogs or domestic dogs. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've suggested that you probably treated about one dog a week over a period of 27 years. Yes?
Yes.
Which is 1,000 weeks in your estimation.
Yes.
You worked for some of the most busiest ERs. Was there a lot of patients every day that you treated?
Yes.
On average, how many patients would you treat in the ER over those 27 years on a daily basis?
Daily, I would think about 30.
So if you're treating 30 patients a day over a course of a week, and you consider that in the context of 1,000 weeks, the amount of dog bite cases that you treated in the ER is about half of 1%. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
No, you lost me on that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, if you had one dog bite case a week, let's say you had 20 cases a day, 100 a week, that would be 1% of your patients.
Oh, it could, yes, yes, but it's the number of cases, not the percentage that was asked of me.
I'm just asking you a question.
Okay, I just want to clarify that.
And so you said how many, 25, 30?
Patients, yes.
So that's less than 1% of the cases that you treated in the ER relative to dog bites.
Okay, that's reasonable, and that's average, actually.
Now, when you treated cases of dog bites in the ER, you said that you would sometimes have the reporter, the person injured or somebody with them, tell you it was a dog bite.
Yes.
Yeah? And sometimes there were communication difficulties. There was a reason why they couldn't share it with you.
Yes.
And then you suggested that's how you came to this pattern recognition skill, is that you would have to determine the injury with no help from the reporter.
I was always interested in dog bites, and yes, there were a few occasions when I had to use those skills in order to determine what kind of an animal it was.
Let's talk about those few occasions. Why don't you share with us a story where you met a patient that you can recall, where you had no idea what the injury may have been because there was no ability to communicate, and tell us about how you determined it was a dog.
Well, thinking about a specific case, I can think of cases where I determined it wasn't a dog bite, and it was something else based on the pattern of the bite. And am I not answering your question?
I'm not looking for cases where you couldn't determine the dog bite. I want you to share some of this wealth of experience you have in dog bites. And share with us, if you will, one of the cases where there was no information that it was a dog bite, for whatever reason, and then you, based on your pattern recognition skills, determined that it was a dog bite. I want you to walk through an actual case that you can recall you had with this scenario you presented.
I can't give you a specific case because, again, in the overall scheme of emergency medicine and the frequency that dog bites are to other cases, it's just not a case that I would remember, that kind of the specifics of the case.
Interesting in supporting your vast experience shared with us, you decide for these past experiences and presenting yourself as an expert in pattern recognition. And it's interesting that when I'm asking for the details, it's support this general.
Objection, Your Honor, argument.
Yeah, so,
I'm
counsel,
sorry. Yeah.
that's okay. In Massachusetts, typically, we don't give the reason for objections from the floor. Your objection sustained, no commentary, Mr. Brennan.
You shared with the court that you wrote a few articles that had to do with dog bites.
Co-authored, yes.
Can I ask you some questions about those?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Now, the first one I want to talk about is law enforcement canine dog bites. Do you remember that article?
Yes.
And that had to do with what you refer to as law enforcement dogs or canines.
Yes.
In that article, you talk specifically about a technique that you believe law enforcement or canine dogs utilize, which is bite and hold.
Yes.
And what you have suggested is that the bite and hold technique is different than typically a domestic dog or a civilian dog.
Yes,
Because it's a trained learning for the dog, correct?
yes,
There are certain injuries you would expect from a canine dog using a bite and hold technique.
yes.
When you wrote this or co-authored this article, you didn't actually sit down with people who had wounds and compare the wounds to the dog that caused them, did you?
To the actual dog?
Yes.
I didn't, but I didn't.
Just want to know if you did.
No.
Okay. And when you look at these different cases, there was 700 cases. This was what you called or the authors called a retrospective analysis.
Correct.
That means you were looking back at old files.
Yes, but I participated in some of those files. We were just looking back at the data from those files. I participated in the care of some of those patients.
I understand.
Okay.
And so when you went through the files, you didn't have the opportunity then to follow up and speak to any of the participants or the injured victims, did you?
I spoke to many of the victims while I was treating them.
When you decided to write this article, did you go back and speak to anybody?
No.
There's no mention in this article about pattern recognition in any way. That's not what this article is about, was it?
No, that's not what the article's about.
It's about something entirely different than what you've suggested today is your pattern recognition skills. Yes?
That's correct. I recognized the patterns because I saw the wounds and I saw the injuries and I saw them over and over and over again. And I recognized those patterns throughout my career. And so it's just hard to unrecognize something.
I'm trying to ask you about the significance of your study because this is actually something that you published.
Yes.
And I'm trying to determine, or I want you to be able to discuss the relevancy of this article to what you're testifying today. So the question, the really narrow question I have for you is, in this study, it had nothing to do with trying to engage in pattern recognition.
The purpose of the study was not to teach people pattern recognition. It was to alert them to the dangers of this different type of dog bite so that they weren't under-treating them. But in the process of seeing all those patients, I developed the pattern recognition.
Okay. And so there was another article, Managing Law Enforcement Canine Dog Bites in the Emergency Department.
Yes.
Now that only comprised of 4 cases, yes?
It was a case description.
Of 4 cases.
Yes.
And do you know, most studies usually include over 30 cases?
It's not a study.
I see. You reviewed types of injuries relative to civilian or domestic dogs or just canine?
Those were canine dogs.
And again, your position is that the injuries by canine dogs, law enforcement dogs, are different in kind than domestic or civilian dogs.
In general, when they bite and hold, those injuries are different. Sometimes they don't get a complete bite.
And so this article didn't deal with civilian or domestic dogs. It dealt with only canine dogs.
That's correct.
Exclusively on the idea or the perspective of bite and hold injuries.
It was on the perspective of you need to learn how to treat these.
Bite and hold injuries.
These dog bite injuries.
Bite and hold.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Now, again, in this article, there was no effort to identify wounds or use pattern analysis. It was the treatment of bite and hold injuries from canines.
That's correct.
Law enforcement canines. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also shared with us, in addition to these 2 articles on law enforcement dogs and bite and hold injuries, that you did some revising, editing of a book for a Dr. Is it Vati?
I'm sorry, say again?
You said that you revised or edited a book of a
Dr.
friend.
Vale.
Dr. Vale, I'm sorry, Dr. Vale. And when you were asked about what actually you recall about the topics, you don't really remember the topics of that book. You just remembered you edited it.
No, I remember the topics of the
Okay.
book.
In the topics of the book, it was dealing with human teeth, wasn't it?
Yes, but in the article itself, if you read it, there's mention about dog dentition.
There's a mention of it.
Yes.
Tell us what that mention was.
Well, the mention is that the dog dentition looks different and dog bites look different because of the triangular shape of the dog's mouth versus a rounded shape of the human's mouth.
Well, when they talk about the shape of a dog's mouth, it's not really triangular. It's like an hourglass.
Well, but that was the quote those were the words that were used in the article, and it's relative triangular shape. It's as opposed to a round shape of a human.
Well, in most studies, professional studies by experts, isn't it routinely referred to as an hourglass shape?
I haven't seen that at all.
Well, have you read books on dog bites?
I've read articles on dog bites.
Have you read books on dog bites?
No, I have read articles on dog bites.
Have you ever read this book? Do you recognize this as an authority?
No.
So for the record, you need to say what you just showed the
I'm
witness.
showing Dr. Russell a book called Dog Bites, a Multidisciplinary Perspective, edited by Daniel S. Mills.
Is that it? I'm sorry, may I see it?
If the court would let me, of course. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. It doesn't mention if any of these people have degrees of any.
Sorry, Your Honor, I don't believe a question's pending.
Sorry, Mr. Alessi, I couldn't hear you.
Thank you. I don't believe a question
Oh, I'm
is
sorry.
pending for the witness.
Okay, are you moving to strike that?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'll strike that. So, Doctor, I know it's been a long day. Wait for a question, please, okay?
Okay, all right, thank you.
You done reviewing the book?
Yes.
You've, through your testimony, attempted to or suggested there's a distinction between canine law enforcement wounds and that of domestic.
Yes,
But domestic dogs can cut the skin,
correct.
cause serious injury,
Yes,
deep wounds.
they can.
It's not just that domestic dogs just nip around the corners. They can bite,
They can.
they can attack,
Yes,
they can kill.
yes,
You've seen it firsthand.
yes. Oh, I didn't witness the attack, no.
Do you doubt that it was a canine attack?
No, I didn't witness the attack myself.
Oh, I understand.
Firsthand is what you said.
Okay. You made a firsthand observation of a dog bite in the 1970s when you were at a training?
Yes.
And one of the participants was bit?
Yes.
Now, you said you didn't remember the wound. Do you have any memory of looking at what happened after a dog actually bit somebody firsthand?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow its cross-examination on our test, based on our testimony.
Say again? No question.
Should I repeat, Doctor?
Yes, please.
Do you have any memory of what you saw of when a dog actually bit somebody, your firsthand observation?
From 50 years ago? No.
Right. When people came in the emergency room, you didn't actually see the bites or how the mechanics of it happening. You're treating it after they come and ask you for aid.
That's correct.
Did you ever, in any of those emergency room experiences, go and see the dog?
No.
Did you ever have any other information about the dog, photographs, pictures, anything like that?
Well, I did have other information about the dog.
Oh, give me an example. Tell me.
Well, we had to fill out a dog bite report after a dog bite's requirement in Los Angeles County. So although most doctors don't have the time to do it, I tried to comply with that rule. So I would question the victim, try to find out the address of the dog if they knew it. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. But I tried to get as much information as I could.
Did you ever get any photographs?
No.
So it was just reporter information from the person who's coming for treatment or somebody that was assisting them?
Yes.
Okay. You provided a CV in this case, didn't you?
Yes.
In your CV, you list out some of your pertinent history and experience?
Yes.
Subsequent to your CV, you wrote a report and you signed it on the 9th of December, 2024?
Yes,
And it was provided to the Commonwealth, do you know, on December 10th, 2024, 2 days ago?
yes.
There were a number of things that you offered in that report regarding your suggested experience that are just not in your CV. Isn't that fair to say?
That could be, yes, of course. You can't put everything in the CV.
Well, you didn't say anything really about dog bite experience in your CV other than your 2 articles, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And you didn't mention anything about this specialized training or expertise in pattern recognition analysis. You didn't mention anything about that in your CV, did you?
Can't mention everything.
I didn't ask if you could mention anything. I'm asking if you mentioned that.
Well, it says brief CV on the top.
Okay. I'll ask you again.
Okay.
Did you mention anything in your CV about pattern recognition analysis in your described expertise in that?
No.
In your report, and let me ask you before we get to your report, you testified at a voir dire in this case?
Yes.
About a year ago?
Less than that.
And you then testified at trial?
Yes.
When you testified in the voir dire and trial and in your CV, you don't mention the scores of peer review articles on dog bites that you studied, do you?
Ask that question.
I'm sorry. When you testified 2 times before,
yes,
did you talk about the scores, as you describe it, of peer review articles that you've studied on dog bites?
On the numbers of period? No, I didn't mention that. That's correct.
Okay, and that's not mentioned in your CV either.
You don't usually mention it in your CV about the articles you read.
But I'm asking if you did.
Oh, no, I wouldn't mention that in my CV.
Okay, so let's talk about it now since you didn't mention it. You read scores of peer-reviewed articles on dog bites.
Throughout my career, yes.
Let's talk about the peer-reviewed articles that you've studied on pattern recognition analysis of dog bites. Could you please give me a list of those peer-reviewed articles that you studied?
I don't think there are any.
Well,
there are some mentions of pattern recognition in some articles. However, I don't think there's a dedicated article on pattern recognition of dog bites.
You said in your report that you reviewed scores of peer-reviewed articles on dog bites.
Dog bites, yes.
Okay, so those didn't really include pattern recognition as you've described your expertise today.
Some of them did, some of them didn't, but that might not have been the major focus of the article.
Which ones did? Can you reference us the ones that you've read and relied upon, in your opinion today, that have to do with pattern recognition analysis?
May I look at my report or my CV?
Sure.
Of course.
Sure. Go ahead and take your time, John.
Thank you. Okay, there is, and they might not have used the term pattern recognition, but that's what they're talking about in these articles.
Okay.
There is a article on, by D. Muniak. It's actually listed in my report under literature.
Okay, I see it.
It's the 3rd one. Yes.
And that deals with pattern recognition analysis?
It's part of the article. There was a lot more in the article than just pattern recognition. And again, they might not have used that specific term pattern, but it's what the subject was discussed in the middle of the article, yes.
What was discussed in this article that you relied upon?
Oh, I relied on the descriptions of wounds. I relied on a lot of this article.
Well, share with us in detail. Could you tell us what you relied on in that article as part of your opinion?
There was a description. There was an area that described wounds and fatal wounds in dog bites, and how to approach them. You know, how to investigate them. There was an area that described what some of these wounds looked like. And there was actually an area that I believe it was this article that said that if you have this plus this plus this, that it is pathognomonic for a dog bite. Now, I believe that was the article that said that. One of these articles did, but anyways, so yeah. So I think maybe you might want to look at them.
Oh, I did.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking you.
Okay.
That's why I'm confused about which one you're talking about.
There was not a recipe book that said, okay, this is the pattern of a dog bite. It might, might not get a lot of readers for that, but this was a forensic approach as to how to identify fatal dog attacks.
So from your resume, doctor, could you tell me which article you're talking about?
I'm talking about the third one down.
What's the title?
The title of the article is Forensic Approach of Fatal Dog Attacks, a Case Report and Literature Review.
Fatal dog attacks oftentimes involve vulnerable areas like the neck,
Absolutely.
abdomen.
Neck, face, head, yes.
That's
Sometimes the abdomen, yes.
okay. No cases cited in there that deal with wounds on an arm.
Because it's a fatal,
Right.
Right. But that doesn't mean that there weren't wounds on the arm. It's that the fatal wounds, like in the case I autopsied, the fatal wounds generally were in the areas that had organs that could be damaged, like or major vessels like a carotid artery, neck. But there could be a lot of other wounds. For instance, my case, there was probably about 60 wounds.
I understand.
Okay, but some, you're not going to talk about every single one of them because they're not worthy of describing.
Okay. You said that you attended multiple seminars, talks, and lectures regarding wound identification.
Yes.
Okay. When did you attend seminars on wound identification?
Intermittently throughout my career, I can't give you any dates.
Okay. Were any of those wound identifications dog bite wound identification seminars?
No, they were general wound identifications, and they may mention bites.
Was there any of these seminars that focused on dog bite wounds?
That focused on dog bite wounds?
Yeah.
No.
How about the talks you went to? Any of the talks focus on dog bite wounds?
There were several talks that focused on bite wounds.
I'm going to ask again. Were there any talks that focused on dog bite wounds?
No.
Lectures. You've cited that you've attended lectures as part of this experience. Can you recall specific lectures that focused on dog bite wounds?
Not entire lectures. There were lectures in emergency department, training sessions, but dog bites were usually mixed in with other kind of animal bites, and discussion would occur because it's not you have to use up an hour usually when you go to one of these lectures, and there were other animals to talk about besides dogs.
In these lectures that you went to that didn't focus primarily on dog bite wounds, did they talk about pattern recognition analysis of dog bite wounds?
Generally not the emergency medicine ones, because that's actually not really a major focus. The focus in emergency medicine is treatment. I'm a bit unusual because I have this interest that I've had for many years.
So it's fair to say none of the multiple seminars, talks, lectures that you attended had any focus on pattern recognition analysis of dog bite wounds?
None of them had any focus. That's correct.
You've shared with us your experience. You've agreed that you are not an accident reconstruction expert, correct?
Correct.
Are you an expert on self-defense?
No.
So when you give opinions about self-defense, I know you have experience and you have observations of what you believe a defense of wounds, but do you have any actual experience as a self-defense expert?
No.
Do you have any specialized training, certificates, degrees in self-defense?
No.
Defense wounds?
No.
When you went to these lectures, talks, seminars, group meetings, do you have any memory of particular trainings that you had on self-defense wounds?
You mean defense wounds?
Sure, defense wounds.
Yes, I do. I have particular memories of those types of lectures.
Okay.
In topic. Oh, yes, I do.
Well, let's talk about a few of them. What was one of the lectures that you went to that was directed at defense wounds.
Well, not only did I go to some of these lectures, but I gave some of these lectures.
Okay.
And they were child abuse, elder abuse, domestic violence lectures. And in the coroner's office, again, mechanism of injury is stressed. And there's a whole training program.
You have no degree in biomechanics.
No.
Okay. And so when I asked you about one of the trainings on defense wounds, I want you to just give us a little detail from your memory about the training. Share with us how you've come to this knowledge on defense wounds.
Again, okay. So in the clinical setting, I was taught many times, and then I subsequently taught students about how victims of a violent act will instinctively bring up their arms to protect themselves from whatever is being inflicted, whether it be knife wounds or blunt wounds from an object, whatever is being inflicted on them, they will tend, without thinking, to try to protect themselves. And I also think it's common sense, by the way.
So on the outside of the arm, if there's marks, that could be a defensive wound?
Yes.
Could it be a different type of wound, not a defensive wound, but a wound where somebody punches or hits and it hits in metal or a stationary or a fixed object?
Could those kind of wounds
Sure.
up there? Oh, yes.
Okay. So just because there is a wound on the posterior side of the forearm, that does not make it a defensive wound, does it?
Not absolutely.
Well,
in context, though.
Right. In context, so you need to know more information.
Correct.
So perhaps if you saw how that happened, that would provide you more information.
That would be one way.
But if you saw nothing and have really no idea how it happened, it doesn't give you a lot of context of the wound other than it's a wound on the posterior side of an arm.
Well, it does in the sense that it's a common way that people protect themselves.
Mm-hmm. Can someone incur wounds to the forearm, posterior side of the forearm, if they fall to the ground and fall backwards?
They could, but they wouldn't look like that. That serious.
Have you studied a collection of wounds when people fell backwards onto the ground?
I've seen hundreds of people that have fallen backwards or frontwards and every which way.
Wouldn't you want to have an idea what they fell on or into before you make a conclusion that it would not have looked like the picture that we've looked at, Exhibit 5?
I've seen, as I said, hundreds, and there has never been a pattern like that ever that I've seen.
Well, when someone hits a moving or a floating object, patterns are dynamic. They change all the time, don't they?
They do during the hitting process. Yes, during that process.
Okay. You talked about your specialized training. You said you had a program in motor vehicle accidents.
Yes.
And I think when you testified before, Attorney Lally had asked you whether or not your training was, I think he used the word rudimentary, and you agreed?
Yes, I believe it was only a 1-week course or something thereabouts.
When you're identifying a wound at the hospital, is it important to know, you said it's important to know the animal because that dictates the treatment.
It may dictate the treatment.
What if you can't identify the animal?
Then then you have to go on clinical judgment, and sometimes we even have to call up the Board of Health. But you go on clinical judgment to determine, well, what was the worst possibility? That's the way I approach emergency medicine. What is the worst? Could it have been a rabid animal, an animal with rabies? Or was it an animal that doesn't carry rabies? And then based by treatment on that, sometimes you have to treat broadly, and sometimes you have to, treat people for conditions, even if you don't know 100% that they exist.
Are there times when you saw injuries that you just didn't know how they happened?
Yes.
Many times. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And many times you thought what you saw were bites, but you couldn't articulate the animal, right?
That happens sometimes.
Okay. Suffice to say, you have never, ever been qualified in a federal court to testify as a dog bite expert, have you?
No.
And other than this trial a year ago, Have you ever been qualified to testify in any state court in the entire country as a dog bite expert?
No, the issue never came up.
That's not what I asked.
Okay,
though.
no,
No. You wrote a report in this case?
yes.
Did anybody help you write this report?
I wrote the report. I had some help with some minor edits and rearranging, some paragraphs or whatever, but putting things in the right category.
Okay.
But no, I wrote the report.
Who helped you with your report?
Mr. Alessi.
So did you write a preliminary or draft report, send it for input, and then change it?
No, I didn't change it. I wrote the report, and I would have things in the wrong categories, for instance, like training experience or whatever.
Who said they were the wrong category?
Well, I think that was my conclusion, actually.
I see. And so how would you go through this editing process? How did that work on this report? Would you send it back and forth?
It got sent back and forth a couple times.
Okay. Now, this report you signed, right?
Did I sign it? Yes.
Nobody else signed it. You.
I wrote it.
Okay. And the reason why I asked if you had help, a lot of your statements and conclusions in this report are different than the testimony that you gave at both the voir dire hearing a year ago and at the trial. Is that fair to say?
I don't think it's fair to say.
Okay.
I think that
Tell me.
I don't think it's fair.
Okay.
I was convinced, if we would get into specifics, I was convinced of of my opinion back in the voir dire and in the trial. But I think I stated it wrong. I stated it as if I was talking to other doctors. They say in medicine that nothing is 100% in medicine. That's what we learn, when we go up through medical school and residency and whatever. And in my teachings, I always told people nothing is 100%. And that was the number that I was, that I thought I was being asked for. Basically, it was 100%. So that's why I stated my opinion the way I did. But anyways, as I went through material again, I was convinced back then, and I am still convinced right now that these are caused by dog bites. And not only that, but dog attack.
If you were testifying honestly and earnestly before and using doctor speak, why would you need to change it for today, this report? Why not just continue to offer a natural, honest, thorough opinion that you had before? Why did you have to change it?
I came up with this. I became clearer and clearer every single time that I looked at the pictures, and I just realized that I understated the last time, that I misunderstood the question that was asked of me, regarding my opinion, and so I felt that I had to be clearer.
Did anybody point out to you that it'd be more helpful to the defense case if you had a more assertive opinion?
No, absolutely not.
So when you went through these days and months since the trial, any new information that you looked at that made you realize you underscored the confidence in your opinion?
No.
Okay. Because in your earlier testimony, it's quite different.
I know.
Okay. I want to do this gently, but I want to go through some of that.
Okay.
Okay. When you first testified, you had, how should I say this? You offered opinions that were less than certain about the genesis and cause of the wounds, didn't you?
I think it sounded like I was not certain. However, I was certain. I just didn't express it correctly.
Okay. When you first testified in the voir dire about some of these wounds, you were asked what kind of animal you thought caused the wounds, and you said most likely a dog.
Correct.
You didn't say beyond a reasonable degree of dog bite certainty, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the basis of the
The
question?
objection is, he said beyond a reasonable doubt, and that
No,
would.
no, he didn't say doubt. He said degree of medical certainty.
He said beyond, Your Honor.
Right, beyond a reasonable degree of medical certainty. So I heard you didn't get to the certainty, you just heard beyond reasonable and objected. So based on that, the objection's overruled.
Let me phrase to make it clear. You didn't say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the bites you looked at were a dog.
I did in one of the okay, maybe in the next one. Okay, but yeah, if I wasn't asked about reasonable degree of medical certainty, I may not have expressed it.
The court herself asked you, do you know what kind of animal? And you said, yes, most likely a dog.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So you didn't express certainty at that point?
Yes, but again, thinking as a doctor and not a lawyer or a judge or someone, I'm thinking as a doctor, I'm thinking that it's never 100%. And so that's what I was going by. If I was going to be teaching medical students what those wounds were, another group of wounds, I tell people never 100% in medicine. So that's where that came from. And I apologize if I confused the court.
I don't think there's any confusion. You use the word likely. The word possibly is even less certain than likely, isn't it?
I don't know.
Well, when you're a doctor and you look at something, you say, well, the likelihood is this is the cause of this.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That would be a stronger opinion than saying possibly this.
Correct.
Possible is even less certain, isn't it? At trial, when you were asked about the cause of the injuries, I'm going to quote you, and I can show you if you'd like. It's the trial transcript, page 19, line 21. What you said is, I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern injuries.
Yes.
Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Very different. I'll just finish if I could. Very different than what you're opining today at this hearing.
I'm sorry that you think it is, and I can understand how you believe it is, but it's not different to me. I believed it was a dog. I was convinced it was a dog then, but going by the no 100% in medicine, I didn't say that. I am still convinced it's a dog. The one thing that's a little different is that it's an attack. I after counting the series of wounds and whatever, I am convinced not only was it a dog, striking once or twice, but it was actually multiple strikes by that dog.
Okay, now I want to get back to the testimony we were talking about, your testimony at trial under oath, okay? Your testimony is you believe they were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog. You expressed uncertainty that you didn't even know or have an opinion about what type of animal caused these wounds at that time. Is that fair to say?
I was leaving room for if there was for instance, another kind of animal in the vicinity that, but there's no evidence to that. There's no, paw marks or anything in the ground.
What other animal do you think was in the vicinity that would have caused these?
I don't know, but I was just leaving that. Again, being a trained physician, there's no absolutes, and so that's what. The way I approached it.
Did you inquire to see more discoveries, to see if there was a pack of wild animals in 34 Fairview that would have caused this? Did you reach out to any of the witnesses or the lawyers and ask if there was any reports or information suggesting another animal?
I did not.
Were you curious?
I did not. I just didn't do it.
Okay. You were asked by Mr. Jackson, trial page 23, line 3. He provided the question, does this appear as it's a pattern injury that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog? And you said yes. So you included that this, again, could have been a dog or an animal in your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
I haven't,
So I'm sorry, we can't take a, we need a yes or no.
oh, sorry.
Doctor.
Yes.
Again, at trial, page 23, line 6, you were asked, does the number of injuries that you see here relegated to just the right arm, is that consistent with an animal or a large dog? And you said, yes, it can be. Okay. Do you want to see your testimony? Because I don't want to just put words in your mouth.
No, I trust you.
And so thank you. So the question that you were asked was positing that it could have been not just a dog, but any animal. And you were agreeable to that at that time.
Again, thinking like a medical doctor, not a participant in a legal setting.
Not to belabor, but these are your words, so I want to talk to you about them. You were again asked, page 23, line 18, by Mr. Jackson, based on everything that we've discussed today, doctor, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog? And you said yes. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so your opinions today that this was exclusively an animal attack caused by a large dog, that is much different in kind than the uncertainty and possibility that you admitted under oath during trial, in this case, the first time, or actually the second time you testified about it. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
It sounds like it, yes.
Okay, I think this is a good point to stop because we need to get another date. You're not going to finish in 3 minutes, right? No, okay. All right, so Mr. Attorney, what was the date you and I looked at? Was it Jim? Okay. If the witness can step down, but Timmy, she's going to stay in the courtroom without any date. Yes.
January 6th. Okay. January 6th. Doc there.
Oh, yeah.
Doctor, are you available on January 6th?
I'd be available.
I think after January 15th is cutting it a little too close.
Do earlier, that's far out.
So, I mean, the best date for the court is January 6th.
No dates in December, Your Honor?
Will be available.
Tomorrow. Actually, I don't know that we'd be able to do it. We suspended a jury trial today that we told the jurors they'd have tomorrow, and we still have testimony. So I think at best we'd give you a half an hour, and I don't think that does you any good. So.
Tom will be available anytime.
Monday we can't do?
No. No, not any time before. I could do the 30th.
Oh, I can't do it. No.
So what we really need is Mr. Alessi.
Your Honor, what is your question for a date? And I'll give you
January
30th. We're looking at the 30th now.
or the 6th, Jim, right?
I thought
Yeah. Doctor said after the 15th.
Can you do January 6th?
Can I?
Yes.
I wasn't going to be in town.
Can I ask this? Is the 30th an available date for the court?
Can we move our other stuff, Jimmy?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Back to January 6th?
I can do January 6th. But I want to be I'm trying to be respectful of the witness.
I'm trying to do that as well, but the witness's best dates after the 30th are after the 15th of January, and that's too late. So I understand that the conflict seems to be Mr. Jackson, but Mr. Yannetti, are you available on the 30th or the 6th?
I could move things to be available on the 6th. There's no chance we could do the 8th, right?
I could do the 8th, Your Honor.
You can do the 8th?
Jimmy, that's a full day, right?
The 8th?
I think she's, it doesn't matter to her.
Jim?
Yes.
I have stuff.
Actually, I could do the 7th, the 8th. I could probably do the 9th. I just have to move something, but I could do the 9th. I just can't do the 6th.
Where are we up to now? The 8th? Back to the,
That
up
would
to
be
the
the
8th
best
now?
for us if we could do
The 8th in the morning?
Anytime.
All day.
So I have a conflict here in the afternoon. So I have something that we have to do in the afternoon on that Wednesday. Wednesday, the 8th. But if we can do it in the morning, we'll do it in the morning.
We could all do it at 9 o'clock. I would imagine, I guess I would defer to Mr. Brennan if he can finish in the morning. 8:30.
I don't want to limit, I let Mr. Alessi go on much longer than the estimate, and I had no problem doing so, Mr. Alessi.
Okay.
You can't do the 6th or 7th?
I could do the 7th, Your Honor. I cannot do the 6th.
So, Mr. Alessi, you're available all the dates we said, pretty much, right?
I will make myself available for all meetings. I'm not presently.
I would like to see counsel at sidebar.
So this is the first time I've heard a witness say that she won't be in town. Of course you're not going to be in town. You're being paid to show up, Russell. Unless they're telling you that, I don't know, she's got some kind of flat fee and she's not getting paid, but she should be getting paid by the hour like most of these expert witnesses. But my friend was the most insightful on Dr. Russell, saying that Brennan's used her narcissism against her. She's another lying innocence fraudster. That's what it means to me. Wow, it's sort of like my truth, isn't it? A little bit. A lot bit. I think squares and circles are identical. That's how I see it. Ah, what a day. Just some interesting stuff while this is up. Some of the stuff I was going to go over quickly. I don't think I'm going to be able to do a show tonight. I just don't have time to put it together. I'll try, but I don't. Maybe not. But here's the dog bite book that Brennan was talking about. Of course, Dr. Russell's only read articles, which is strange for someone who has an intense interest in dog bites. She's only read articles and no books on dog bites. You would think she would have it as her bedside reading. I just think she's a fibber. She made herself a dog bite expert for this trial. And I think she was someone following. Oh, sorry. I can't believe I did that. Hold on 1 second. Nothing's going on in court, but hold on 1 second. I think she made herself an expert for this trial. Just a quick, I guess I can get this done. Let me just turn this on so I can hear. Oh, no, they're back. Show you something in a second.
9 a.m. January 7th, 9 a.m.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Jimmy, I'll take this and when you get a minute. No, I'm good for now. Thank you. I'll come back up.
Goodbye.
We gotta raise. I don't think we're gonna make it. We're not gonna make it. No, we're not gonna make it. Nah. Like, all it's gonna do is stress us out.
Jackson isn't going to make his flight. He turns back, looks at Reed, smiles. It looks like they're going to go out and have a time together. Hopefully not photographed canoodling. Or hopefully. They stand just a little bit too close, right? That song, that body rate song. Something to talk about. Comes to mind. Watching them. I just want to show you one other thing. So the diehard Reed supporters. There they are. Murderer groupies. So I just want to share this. So this is the article that Russell said she was using in, and I'll probably go over this again in her report that Alessi helped her write. Boy, that was like a mic drop, goosebump moment, wasn't it? Couldn't believe it. You're having Karen Reed's lawyer basically help her write her report. And I thought it was a brilliant opening question to say, tell me about the times that you've treated dog bite patients where they didn't tell you they were bitten by a dog, that you just sussed it out. I thought that was brilliant. I don't think she's treated that many dog bite patients. I think she's just a fibber, an attention seeker. That's my feeling on her. But I don't like her, so I'm very biased against her. Forensic approach of fatal dog attacks, a case report and literature review. Okay, just the abstract. Over 1 million dog bites occur every year in the U.S. However, fatal dog bites, this is where she said she based her pattern recognition on. Fatal dog bites are rare and mostly affect children under 4 years of age and old people. It's pointed out by Hey Jude. John O'Keefe was not 4 years and younger, but okay. Usually pet dogs are involved, and only recently has public awareness of this health problem increased. As an example of a forensic approach, we present the case of a 6-year-old girl who was killed by 3 pet Rottweilers of her father. The present report includes the investigation of the death scene, the autopsy findings, and the results of the examination of the dogs. Dog bite wounds in this case typically were limited to the head and neck regions. So where Dr. Russell is saying is on his arm. They were limited to the head and neck. So that's a useful report to base your findings on. Very different area. And classic features of these wounds have been described in various studies. We emphasize the particulars of canine dental features, discuss the resulting bite wounds, and reviewing the literature, try to come up with a strategy for prevention. So I think she heard about this and said, oh, wanted to get involved, got herself involved, was watching the free Karen Reed stuff, and wanted to be an expert in this case. And that's my feeling. Yeah, we have John Lewin to thank for this quack. Seriously. Horrible, right, Marianne Nizio? I mean, give her a wrong number to Alan Jackson. Lewin next time. Just ignore it. Anyway, that's what I have for today, guys. I'll see you Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm off tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks for watching this with me.
I hit my boyfriend with my car. It wasn't an accident, but with lying lawyers I'll go far. Lying lawyers and witness harassment, I'll avoid prison. It was snowing. I could clown. Innocence fraud campaign to save my skin. Making money, truth is my second victim. Carry, carry, gin, gin, like John, you were my mom. My innocence fraud campaign is my biggest hit yet. I hit my boyfriend with my car. It wasn't an accident, but with lying lawyers I'll go far. Lying lawyers and witness harassment, I'll avoid prison. It was snowing. I pushed the pedal down, hit him hard. Now the legal system, my clown. Innocence fraud campaign to save my skin. Making money, truth is my second victim. Carry, carry, gin, gin, like John, you were my mark. My innocence fraud campaign is my biggest hit yet. John, you were my mom. My innocence fraud campaign is my biggest hit yet.